and welcome to this, our 132nd live stream. The questions are genuine, but not in the way you think. This is, of course, a tip of the hat to our Shroud of Turin video that we did on our Monday release. And if you haven't had a chance to watch that, go back and watch it after the live stream. Okay, we've got an announcement. Big announcement. Okay. Next week's live stream is going to be an hour earlier. And it's going to be done at the annual conference of the Evangelical Theological Society. But there's a twist. For the first hour of that live stream, we are going to be doing a role-playing game. These? No, they're not the Urim and Thummim. These are Dragon Dice. We are going to do a 1 hour speed D&D game. Okay? It's going to be the first of its kind at ETS. And it's going to be epic. Epic. Now, if you remember, you already got a message that gave you sort of a heads up coming. But now we're going to open it up to everybody because we still got some open slots for the game. And because we are doing this through StreamYard, because I won't be home at my home computer, you're actually going to get to come in and interact directly with me on the screen. And now, there's some special rules to this D&D game. We'll be playing by either 2nd or 3rd edition rules. There's not much difference between the two, honestly. We also are kind of old school, okay? So when you roll your player character, if you decide to join us, you use a 6-sided dice, roll it 3 times, and whatever you get, you get. Okay? So no re-rollsies. God's watching you. Okay? And you go down the list of your attributes. The other thing is, every character in this campaign has to be a cleric. And has to be... because it's at ETS. Okay? Almost everyone there's a pastor or a theologian. And every character has to be of good alignment. So, chaotic good, neutral good, lawful good, we don't care which kind of good, but they have to be good. So if you are going to play, you're going to at least need 1 6-sided dice, okay, just to roll your character. And all character sheets have to be rolled before the game commences. We're not going to allow someone to play who hasn't rolled their character, okay? So all the character has to be rolled out and recorded on your character player sheet. And there's actually lots of tutorials on the web on how to do this. So anyway, there will be surprises. This is going to be, as I say, this is going to be a speed campaign because we're only going to do it for 1 hour. And everyone's going to have to think quickly, react quickly. And we also want people to think of this. This is not a campaign for long-term survival, okay? Think of this. It's kind of like a D&D version of paranoia, okay? If your character dies, expect it to be a glorious death. And if it does die, you're then bounced from the game, and somebody waiting in the queue will fill your spot. So we do also need people on the waiting list right now, as well. So we have. We're going to do 5 slots for the gameplay. We've got 4 already reserved. And if you would like to play, please specify that you'd like to play. And again, this is next Friday at 9 p.m. Central Time. So that's 7 p.m. Pacific Time. So, an hour earlier than normal. Yeah. Oh, and that's the other thing, too. My producer brings up that if you don't know how to play, that's okay. Every character here is a first-level character. So, this is going to appeal to amateurs. We won't rank amateurs. Some people who just want to have fun. And bring on your best acting game. Because this is definitely the kind of games we like to play here. There will be twists. There'll be the unexpected. So... and I am the dungeon master. Okay? And I run a tight game. But to get into even the waiting list, please let us know that you want to play and participate. And don't be late. Yeah. Yeah. You could either, and there's two ways you can contact me. You can either DM me in Discord. The link to our Discord server is in the description. Or you can put it in the comment section of this live stream. Not the live chat, but the actual comment section that you want to play. And if you want it, we'll reserve you a spot. So this is going to be really cool. This is going to be really cool. And as I said, I'm bringing a bunch of dice. So this should be epic. Absolutely epic. And it'll be the first time it's ever, as far as I know, that it's ever been done at ETS. So with that said, that's our big announcement for the night. Now we're going to get into your questions. Okay. And again, the rules for the nice questions are the same as always, which is super chats have priority. We do take non-super chats, but you do have to absolutely have to have that Q and a colon at the very front of your question. If I don't see that Q, your question will probably not get my attention. The next thing is only post the question once. If you post it more than once, we'll disqualify the question as question spamming, and you get penalized for the night. The third thing is, if it has to do with a Bible verse, I do need some context. Same if it's something from a foreign language. So in the case of a Bible verse, you have to supply what book of the Bible it's from, what chapter and what verse. If it's about a foreign word in a foreign language, tell me what language you think it's in. What do you think it means? Okay? So I just need that little bit of context to help get to the heart of your question. So, with that said, let's get into the questions. Okay. I'm going to start the night here with 3 non-super chats. First question of the night is, under the clan interpretation of the genealogies, what exactly does every word mean? Well, there's context there, okay? So you can't just go word by word, okay? Feel free to use Genesis 5, 6 to 8 as a sample. Okay, fair enough. So let's do it the way you suggest here, and let's take Genesis 5, verses 6 to 8. Okay. We'll get a Bible up here. And the text reads, and Seth lived 105 years and became father of Enosh. Then Seth lived 807 years after he became father of Enosh, and he had other sons and daughters. So all the days of Seth were 912 years, and he died. Okay. Now, under the clan interpretation, what this is talking about is the lifespan of a clan. What was their physical presence in whatever area they were inhabiting? So Seth lived or persisted. You know, it's just haya. It's just your generic word for live or be. 105 years. Okay, that's the number is not really that significant. And he became the father of Enosh. Now we know from other verses in the book that was the point when Seth spawns a new clan. The clan of Seth spawns the clan of Enosh. Now, the progenitor of any clan doesn't necessarily have to be the first person in that line. It just has to be the most significant person in that line. Okay, verse 7. Then Seth lived 807 years after he became the father of Enosh. Now, we do know from, say, the verse where it talks about the birth of Abraham in chapter 11, that Abraham was not the firstborn, even though he's given that sort of rank as the firstborn, because he's the most important person in the next clan from Terah. So there is an honorific transposition of the clan leaders. So, but it does also seem that in these lists, it gives you the date when the new clan was spawned, just not who spawned it. So it's very, very possible in this particular case that a new clan was spawned that when the clan of Seth was 105 years old, but the might have been an older brother to Enosh who did it. So that's a very important consideration. So we have to keep that in mind as we are looking at these passages. So it's very possible that the whole sequence of events here is much, much longer than what say a naive Western reading of the text would make it out to be. And then it says after that Seth, or his clan, lived 807 years after he became father of Enosh, and he had other sons and daughters. Okay. So all the days of Seth, or his clan, were 912 years, and he died. Okay. So that's the death of the clan. The clan ceases at that point. So, anyway, that's how you would interpret, say, these Toledot under the clan rubric for, say, Genesis 5 and 11. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question, and very much appreciated. Okay, the next question here is from Talitha Koom. Could Tia, daughter of Seti I, have been the adoptive mother of Moses? Okay. It's possible, but it's not very likely. Okay. Tia was the older sister of Ramses II. Now, Ramses II is 2 when Ramses I comes to the throne. And what happens at this point is that all the daughters at this point of Ramses I and Seti I lose the right to adopt. So if it was a significantly older sister, possibly. If she's closer to Ramses' age, then it's unlikely. So it's possible. It's just not very likely. It's more likely to have been a daughter of Ramses I, of which we don't actually have their names recorded. So that's the most likely situation here. We do know that Ramses I had a really large family. He's coming to the throne with 3 generations, a full quiver of arrows. I mean, he had a large family. So it's likely that it was probably one of the daughters of Ramses I. That's the most likely scenario here. But again, Tia, possible, but again, not very likely just because of the timing of the ascension of Ramses I. So anyway, thank you very much for the question, and I hope that helped. Okay, so now we got here the next one from Christian Malice, and he asks, is Son of God a common ancient Near Eastern term for divine counsel? John Day puts El Yahweh distinction in Deuteronomy 32 because it says sons of El rather than sons of Yahweh. But isn't that the standard term? No, not quite. Okay. The term sons of God, or son of a god, is very, very old. It goes back to at least the early Bronze Age. And this is where the things start to become an issue. Because that whole son of divine counsel theology doesn't really get its shoes on until the Iron Age. And really doesn't come even into its fullest meaning until the Second Temple period. So the term Son of God is not synonymous with the divine counsel. Because you just don't find it in earlier, say, late Bronze literature. And as I say, the term goes all the way back to the early Bronze Age. So it's extremely old. It's an extremely old term. So people were using the term Son of God long before there was ever even an inkling of a divine council. Now, this is not to say that they didn't believe in a pantheon, but they didn't believe in, say, that whole idea of a great God, the all-powerful, the almighty, the all-holy God, who then made the minor powers. So that was, say, not so much the thinking of, say, early Bronze Age religion. Because you could have the major god who's created by another deity. Like you find this in Egyptian literature, where, say, the highest god, Amun-Re, was a creation of other gods. So, it's not that whole divine council theology doesn't relate well to early Bronze Age and even late Bronze Age literature. So it's a difficult fit to make, but it's definitely Iron Age. It's definitely Iron Age by that point, and probably Iron 2 if I was to put money on a particular era. So, but it's not synonymous. The two are not synonymous. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Interesting question. Okay, the next one here is going to be starting with our super chats now. Okay, our first super chat here is from Japonis Conrafi for $10. Thank you for the super chat. From Luke 24:27, it seems the gospel of Christ can be found all around the Bible. This is called high Christology. When preaching from the Old Testament, how can we reflect theologically on it without compromising its historical integrity? In other words, how do we preach pointing to Christ while, so we can see it better, while letting the Old Testament speak for itself in its historical context? Okay. That's a great question. Now, I think we have to have a couple of principles when we approach the Old Testament and how we preach it. The first principle I would say is that the first reading should be taken in its own context. Okay? So get the historical context right. Preach it as it would have been received by the people at the time. Okay? But then you can say this. It's a reasonable interpretation to then use these texts in a form of what's called typology. We see this referenced in, say, John 3, where in the Christ is talking about typology in John 3, and then Nicodemus doesn't seem to understand it, and he goes, "Hey, you're a teacher in Israel, and you don't understand this?" Okay? So, typology is a perfectly acceptable method. So what you do is you give them both. Okay? You give them, say, the Old Testament contextual reading, and then you give them also the New Testament, say, typological reading, or the high Christological reading. And you'll be surprised how the primary reading adds emphasis and information to the New Testament reading. The New Testament reading often assumes you know the Old Testament. So, it always assumes you know the Old Testament. Not often, always. But it doesn't always explain it to you. Like, you can do this all through, say, the book of Revelation, which is you take a symbol that the writer of the book assumes you know, but doesn't explain to you. But once you go back to the original Old Testament passage and you read it and you think, this is the primary reading here, then the symbol makes a lot more sense. So that's how you do it without compromising the integrity. Okay? So it is true that the whole Old Testament is pointing towards Christ. It's focused on that future outcome, that amphibolous outcome. But it's an amphiboly. There's a lot of amphiboly in the Old Testament. It's talking both about the present situation and what's going to come tomorrow. So that's a really, really important way to read these texts. But here's the thing. We tend to just try to read it from the typological or the Christological reading while ignoring the primary contextual reading. And you can't really do that. That's kind of where pastors start getting into trouble. So you give them both. Yeah. As my producer also points out, doing it that way also is a good hedge against getting the Christological incorrect. Yeah, you get a lot less eisegesis that way. I mean, just take an example. For example, the passage about the sign of Jonah. Christ says, "I'll give you no sign but the sign of Jonah." Well, you go back and really read Jonah carefully, you discover Jonah's dead. Really, really dead. He's been dead for 3 days. That's the sign. A dead man's going to come up back from the dead. But by reading Jonah in its contextualized character, its contextualized meaning, you get the symbol right and the sign right when it comes to the reference Christ makes to the sign of Jonah. That's how it works. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. It's a great question, yeah. Okay, next super chat here is from Addison Weir for $1.99. Will Mr. EC in the upcoming D&D special? Well, could be. You'll have to watch and find out. Yep, he could be at ETS this year. Andy Gone Wild, please.
Andy Gone
Wild. You want to put him in? Oh, well, you never know. Things can happen. Things could happen. That's in weird. I second Andy Gone Wild.
Jack. That would be.
Jack Ray says, "Wait, did Mr. EC eyes move when you just said that? Could be." I don't know if he's a. Oh no! Oh dear! BC says, "I can imagine Mr. EC on the tip of a staff or a point of a wizard hat." Mr. EC for the final boss. Might have to make special attribute stats for Mr. EC. Ooh. Ooh. This could really be a D&D game of firsts. First time a sock puppet's been brought around ETS. First time a D&D game played there. This is going to be epic. Epic.
If we did that, it would mean.
Yes.
And they're putting both.
Yes, they're definitely putting that temptation in both our minds. All right. Back to the Bible and back to the super chats. Next super chat here is from Addison Weir from $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. By the way, I hope you have the great time at ETS and check out Andrew Loke's presentation on the historical atom. Unfortunately, I won't be there due to work. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I was actually looking forward to meeting you. So, conjecture plus 5. Yeah, BC, conjecture plus 5.
Tell you what. Run it.
Well, let me put it this way. We'll see how successful this is. If we get a lot of people who sign up for this, we'll know there's demand to do this. If we don't, we'll probably never do it again. But again, we want to make we're trying this out. We're trying this out. It's an experiment. But again, this is going to be epic. Really, really epic. All right. So anyway, I hope we do get a lot of people signing on for the game. Again, if you want to sign on, put the game in the your desire to join us in the comments. Okay. All right, so sorry we won't be there, Addison. I hope I'll see you next year then. Next super chat here is also from Addison Weir for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Plus, I want to lose weight before I meet any cute ETS girls. Well, probably wouldn't hurt. Probably we could all probably stand to lose a few pounds. So, anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and hope to see you again next year. Oh, yeah, it's going to be epic. It's this year's ETS is going to be epic in a lot of ways. For example, I'm going to be meeting with IP person, and he's wants to introduce me to David Wood, which would be totally epic also. So that would be really cool. That'll be really cool. Okay, the next super chat is from Andrew Gooler for $20. Now, he actually posted this on the next week's live stream, but we're going to take it this week, just so we get it answered and we don't have too big of a queue rising up here. And he gives us $20, and he says, where does the idea come from that Isaac was 40 years old when he was sacrificed? Tradition. It comes from tradition. It comes from Jewish tradition. And a lot of it comes from the age of the patriarchs and certain timings. So it's a traditional view. I don't think it's a very valid view. I think he was a lot younger than that. But I do think he was probably in his early teens. Okay. So that's why I would put Isaac's age at. But this is more of a traditional view that's was passed down through certain rabbinical lines. So I don't think it has a lot of merit to it. But it's the whole idea too that he had to be 40 years old because he had to be old enough and wise enough to voluntarily sacrifice himself. It's a sort of a way of trying to get out of the whole, Abraham involuntarily trying to sacrifice Isaac. So it had to be a man who was old enough, strong enough, and introspective enough to lay his own life on the altar. So that's where the sort of the idea comes from. And 40 was kind of seen as kind of the age of wisdom where, again, that is that 40 years, that indeterminate idiom of 40. So there's that whole idea that he was old enough, wise enough, and selfless enough to give himself up. Yeah, Andrew, he was 40 when he got married. So he would have gotten married. He was supposed to have gotten married after this. So I don't place a lot of stock in it, but it does come out of rabbinic traditions. So anyway, thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Next super chat here is also from Andrew Guler for $20. As far as you can tell, did the Minoans play any role in biblical events? As far as I can tell, no. The Minoans actually play a big part of events, say, in Egypt. We do have evidence of Minoan civilization in Egypt. But we have no evidence of Minoan civilization interacting with, say, the Israelites. Okay. I guess there's one way we could say there was a small interaction. Okay. But it happens while they're still at the city of Avaris. We do know there was some trade between Avaris and the Minoans in the 11th dynasty. And that's because we find scarabs with Minoan patterns on them. And they're all 11th dynasty. So the Israelites would have had actually some exposure to Minoan artwork and patterns, even if they did not have exposure to the Minoans themselves. So, and that's because the Hyksos had diplomatic relations with the Minoans. So, this is probably as close as the Minoans ever get to anything biblical. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Super chat here is also from Andrew Guler for $20. Thank you again for the super chat. Why is Hebrew so hard to translate? The author of Hebrews says Melchizedek means king of righteousness, but Heiser says it may not necessarily mean that. Okay. The name here is Melchizedek. Okay, that would have been the original Canaanite of this. Melchizedek. Zadok is king. Now, it is true that Zedek can mean righteousness. But we're talking about a Jebusite deity. And it appears that Jebusites name their deities after attributes. They personified attributes as deities. So Zedek would become Zadok. City of peace. City of Shalom. Shalom was also a deity. Urushalem. So it seems that the Jebusites did this on more than one occasion. Now, Hebrew does have an issue where you have a large lexical range. Very large lexical range. Because it's got a very small vocabulary. So Hebrew has to do double duty on a lot of words. So one of the reasons why, unlike Greek, which has, say, lexical precision, Hebrew tends to be a lot more open as to how things are translated, because words can be used in several ways. There's 2,000 base lexemes in Hebrew. That's not many words to play with. Not when you compare it with like the 10 million words of Greek. So because it doesn't have lexical precision, it has to compensate for this in other ways. Like, for example, in the case of Hebrew, if you have a word and you really want to narrow it down, let's say you know about the lexical range, but you have two meanings and you want to eliminate one meaning. You'll often couple it with a restrictive clause or restrictive phrase of some kind that eliminates one of the meanings. Or duplicates the meaning that you didn't intend, so that your first meaning has to be that other meaning. Like, for example, 1 Samuel 1:1 does this, where it talks about the parents of Samuel, being a man of from the area of Ephraim, of the tribe of Ephraim. So he uses the word Ephraimite in two different ways. So one is referring to the genealogy, and the other one is to the regional location where his family is from. So there's ways for Hebrew writers to restrict the range, and it's usually, again, you got this principle that you can't have reduplication of meaning unless it's like for poetic terms, in which case you'd use a different word altogether to show that's what you mean. But they got strategies and techniques to do this, to limit the range. But still, you're going to get oftentimes a broad range, especially in narratival prose, where words can mean more than one thing. And that's just something that we find in Hebrew. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. So again, we took your 3 questions this live stream instead of the next one. So you don't have to wait for it. Okay. Back to the top here. Hey, honey, could you do me a favor? It's warm in here. It's really warm in here. Can you open the door? Okay, we have a new member here from Miralon who paid for their membership. Thank you very much for becoming a member. And a super chat also from Miralon, sorry, for 10 euros. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. Hello. Have you or your producer been to Italy? If so, what would be your top 5 must-see visit places there? Have a great stream. God bless. Okay. I've never been to Italy. Have you ever been to Italy? No, she hasn't either. Oh yeah, that's definitely one of the top places I'd like to be. Okay, I mean, I think everyone should go to Egypt. Okay, so, but no, I've never been to Italy. I can recommend all sorts of places in Egypt to visit because I've been there many times, but Italy I've never been. The Vatican Library, I don't think so. The Vatican Museum, I think you can get into. I think, I mean, if I went to Italy, I'd like to go see the Turin Museum, because it's supposed to have a very good collection. But I don't know a lot about Italy either. So, as I said, I've never been to Italy. I've been, of course, born in Canada, lived in the United States. I lived in England. I visited France and Germany and Belgium. Nothing in Belgium. Don't bother with Belgium. And, of course, Egypt. Those are the countries I've visited. So, yeah, I know that Italy is a vast treasury of Renaissance art. I mean, that's really why you go. It's for the Renaissance art. And the food. And the food, yeah. The food's supposed to be magnificent. So anyway, I don't have anything much more to say about Italy because, as I said, I've never been there. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And glad you're aboard here. This has been fantastic. Okay, we've got a very, very generous super chat here from Zeobeo for 110 euro. Thank you so very much. Super chats like that keep us going. They keep the lights on, the food on the table, and we really appreciate it, especially now that I'm transitioning to full-time. So, we started doing the 3-day work schedule, reducing my work hours, so we are making that slow transition finally. But it depends upon support of super chats like this. So very much appreciated, and thank you so very much. And he says, Hi, Dr. Falk. Hi, Zeo. Isn't it odd that Genesis 3 puts special emphasis on the seed of the woman, and yet Jesus only used the title Son of Man, Adam? Also, any relevance to whether Adam repented? Thank you. Okay. Throughout church history, this Genesis, he's talking about Genesis 3:15 here. Now let's just bring it up and just do a quick read of it here. just as a little reminder to us. This 3:15. And this is God pronouncing judgment on the woman and the serpent. And God says to the woman, and I will put enmity between you and the woman, or he says to the serpent, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise him on the heel. Okay? Now, this has been a very, very well discussed verse outside of the biblical texts. It's almost never talked about in the New Testament. It's never referred to once in the New Testament. It's never talked about again in any other teaching in the whole Bible. And yet it's a critical verse for how we interpret the text. So it's got a fascinating historical history. There was a lot of debate between, say, early church fathers and, say, rabbinic sages over the meaning of this verse. And yet it's never discussed in Scripture what it means. It's fascinating. It's a perfect example of, say, oral tradition within, say, the Christian church. So there is an oral tradition in the Christian church. There's no doubt about it. But what exactly that always is often up to debate. But in this case, the seed of the woman being Christ has been the traditional reading of this since the time of the apostles' disciples. Right? So we don't know exactly why it's never interpreted by Scripture itself, but it isn't. So, but yet every church father reads that text and then goes, that's Jesus. It's obviously Jesus. Now, your second question here. Also, any relevance to whether Adam repented? There's no indication of Adam's repentance, one way or the other. Christian writers have been divided over this. There's been many that have said, yeah, he repented. You seem to see that more in semi-Pelagian and Pelagian writings, that he repented. But there's many more that also said that Adam never repented. So, because Adam wasn't deceived. So you get Christian thinkers who are split on this issue. And again, the text doesn't tell us one way or the other. Now, Eve, we're much more clear on. We're much more clear on Eve. And the reason why we're more clear on Eve is because of how she names her children. She gives her children God-fearing names and gives praise to God. So there's good evidence to show that Eve repented. But we don't have any evidence that Adam ever repented. Frankly, we don't see much of Adam at all. After the fall, Adam's sidelined. I mean, apart from his reproductive purpose, he's never mentioned again, really. Yeah, if he didn't repent, that could be a reason. Eve gets a lot more screen time than Adam does. Which I think is really interesting. Really interesting. That Eve is, say, the mother of humanity, yet, at least in a sort of a Cole's Nose version of this, yet she seems to be responsible for enticing her husband to eat, and at the same time, too, repents. So it's really interesting. Really, really interesting. Andy Gone Wild says, weird to think that after knowing God, he never repented. Oh, that's not weird at all. The angels knew God. The fallen angels. The serpent in the garden knew God. Better than Adam and Eve ever did. And yet, he rebels. He rebels. He doesn't want to be around God. And Adam may have been very much the same way. Adam might have gone, okay, I know God enough to know I don't want to spend eternity with him. So, it's not at all unheard of for God's creations to say, I want nothing to do with you. So, and again, while it says sad, yeah, I agree, it is sad. But it's also the nature of being free creatures, too. So, I mean, we have people today like this. Not all unusual. So, anyway, thank you, Zao Bale, for that really, really generous super chat. Thank you for your support of this channel. We really appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, the next question here is from Jonathan for $4.99. What is your take on the view that Genesis 1 and 2 are two separate creation accounts that were later put together? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Let's bring up the reason I don't buy it. Okay. Now, I admit my thinking on this has changed over time. But now, let me see, where was that? Genesis chapter 2, verse 1. Look at the Hebrew for just a second. Okay. Okay, it's verse 4. All right. Back to the English version. Okay, it's verse 4. Now, I think that Genesis 1 continues on into verse 2, or sorry, chapter 2, up until verse 3. Verse 4 is where if there was sort of a break and a sewing together, this is where it would happen. This is the account. Now, the count here is not a good translation. So this word here, okay, that I've just highlighted in blue, should be translated genealogy. The word is toledot. This is the genealogy, and I hate Toledo's probably using the original. Hebrew's probably better here, but this is the toledot of the heavens and the earth when they were created. In the day the Lord God made earth and heaven. Okay. Now, that's not an indication of a text break. That's the indication of this is a continuation of the text. We see this in, for example, like Genesis 11 and 12 does this, where you have that big genealogy in up until the birth of Abraham, Terah, and Nahor. And then it says, that is the genealogy of Terah. Well, then you go right into Abraham's, the text resumes. It picks up where that left off and says, this is what happens next to Abraham. Same thing's happening here. Okay? So you have this toledot, this genealogy of how heaven and earth were made. This basically preamble. So Genesis 1 to 1 to 2, 3 is all preamble. It's setting the stage. And setting the stage for verse 5. So it's not two separate accounts. Sorry, documentary hypothesis, people. This is not a doublet. Okay. It's a resumption of the text. It's picking up where the old one, where the preamble left off, the introduction, and getting to the meat of what happened. So that's what's going on in the text here. This is why I think it's one account, but a resumed one account. So you have everything that goes on in Genesis 1 up until chapter 2, verse 3, and then the text is resuming, picking up where that left off and giving you more information that comes after. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope you helped, and that's my reasons for not thinking that that's two accounts, but one account. So, and that's the literary structure of why I think it's the case. So, thank you very much for that super chat. The next super chat here is also from Jonathan for $4.99. You seem pretty ecumenically minded on Protestant Catholic relations. Oh yeah, absolutely. I enjoy ticking both of them off. I'm an equal opportunity abuser. Yeah, this month it probably came a little hard on the Catholics this month. Don't worry, the next month's not going to be good for the Protestants. So don't worry. You see, this is the strategy here, okay? Yeah, in Japoskan Rafe says no denomination is safe here. Absolutely. I've said it before. First we pick on the Catholics, then we pick on the Protestants, then the Eastern Orthodox feel abused. Then it'll be the fundamentalist term, and then we'll go some atheist that comes on and says you never pick on any of your fellow Christians. I mean, I get that frequently where an atheist will come on my channel and go, "Oh, I bet you never talk about your fellow Christians the same way you talk about atheists." And I said, "Yeah, you haven't watched this channel, have you?" Nevertheless, I am actually quite ecumenically minded towards on Catholic-Protestant relations, okay? So, I think there can be room to talk. Now, then you bring up the problem of the Council of the Anathemas pronounced at Trent. I think Trent was a failed opportunity. That's my opinion towards Trent. Because Trent was originally organized as a counter-reformation. The Catholic Church bringing in its own reforms to fix the problem in the church to entice Protestants to come back to Catholicism. That was its intent. What happened was what always happens at these say synodic councils, which is they just doubled down on what they were already believing before, and then made it sort of permanent. So I think it was a lost opportunity, and I think the anathemas at Trent are going to make reconciliation between Protestant and Catholic really difficult. Because so what's going to happen is a lot of these issues are just have sort of fallen by the wayside now. There's a lot of there's really, in many respects, a lot of high Protestants could easily go back to being Catholic, no problem, until somebody brings up Trent.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, a lot of high Protestants are Catholic. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I've told Lutherans that they look like Catholic lights, and they get deeply insulted, but they are. They're Catholic light. And since most of them have forgotten the core issues behind the Reformation anyway, they could easily go back to being Catholic. Wouldn't be any problem at all for them. Okay. And frankly, too, if they had resolved some of these issues that were supposed to be taken care of at Trent, it could have been a lot easier for, say, reconciliation. But that's not how the history played out, unfortunately. But I also still believe it's important to keep a dialogue with your Catholic and Protestant brothers and sisters in Christ. So even if you're not going to go back, keep the avenues of discussion open. No reason why we can't talk about these issues. You can always talk about these issues even if you don't agree, and you can do so in a respectful way. I have no problems talking with Catholics. on things I agree with and things I disagree with. And I'll do the same thing to the Protestants, and then the Eastern Orthodox, and then the fundamentalists, and then the atheists. Ooh. Okay. So anyway, I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Luis Sandoval for 250 Dominican Republic pesos. Thank you very much for the super chat. Could you explain what is cross or transfer? I think you mean dimensional transfer. Is it relatable to the fourth dimension? Not really. We'll talk about this in a moment, okay? Do celestial beings live in those dimensions? Okay. Now, the fourth dimension is what's commonly referred to as time. So it's not, when we talk about dimensional transfer, we are talking about, say, bodily assumption from this reality, this plane of existence, planet Earth, to the heavenly realm. And it's not the same. There's a difference between the quality of life in heaven versus a life on planet Earth. So, to go from one plane of existence to another, there has to be a change, a change in corporeality. Okay, so even if you were, say, not dead, like in the case of Enoch or Elijah or Jesus Christ, there has to be a way to step from this existence into the other and still have it maintain your living essence. So that's sort of what we mean here. Is it's not just you can't just go straight up and get to heaven. You can't go straight down and go to hell, or travel anywhere in the universe and find either. It's on a different plane of existence altogether. So it's not a fourth dimension, but it's a different, almost a superimposed plane of existence that exists alongside of physical reality. Okay? So the fourth dimension, that's the dimension of time. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a whole separate plane of existence. So anyway, I hope that explains it a bit. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Jack Ray gifted 20 Ancient Egypt in the Bible memberships. Thank you very much for the gift to the channel. We really appreciate it. And once you do accept your free gifts, please do remember to continue to support the channel after your gift expires. It does help, because we don't want this all to fall on Jack. So thank you very much for the memberships. We really appreciate it. Okay, Luis Sandoval again for 250 Dominican pesos. Thank you again. Are the bodies of the patriarchs in Cave of the Patricians real, including Joseph's? Also, what are your thoughts on UFO? Are they human or demonic? Okay. It is unlikely that the bodies in the Cave of the Patriarchs are the original bodies. Okay? Tombs like this were often reused. They were repeatedly plundered. Now, we do know that there are Bronze Age pot shards found in that cave. Okay? So it's possible that they could have held the original interments of the patriarchs. But the bodies there are almost certainly not contemporary with the patriarchs, because that tomb had been reused many times. It was not just confined to one burial or even two burials. Many people have used that tomb over the years. So there is there's little doubt that the bodies aren't real. At least not the original bodies. They're real bodies. They're just not original. Because that tomb had been continued to be reused up into Roman times. So, but there is some evidence there that it is a tomb that was at least contemporary with the Patriarchs. So, I would say that we should remain skeptical about the skeletons themselves, but there's actually some evidence to suggest that it might actually be the original tomb. So, but it's a small piece of evidence. It's not strong evidence. So anyway, that's the first question. The second one, my thoughts on UFOs. Okay. Are they human or demonic? Well, we don't know. That's probably the big answer here is we don't know. Now, that said, it's hard to say if they're demonic. Okay? Because the first thing about for it to be demonic is it does really have to have a certain demonic message. And frankly, most UFOs have no message at all. They're just, visible aerial phenomena. So it's not something where you're going to get, okay, instant evidence of, say, that points to a demonic presence. Now, are they human? Well, some are. Some are hoaxes. Some are maybe drones. Who knows? Are
Flying something
Yep. Well, there have been cases of, say, like the CIA perpetuating UFO myths upon people, brainwashing them to think they have been. Because one of the things was it was really, one of the interesting things about UFO propaganda is they always seem to coincide with the Cold War, or when we have a big conflict with our enemies. And that's because it raises the issue of does the USA actually possess advanced alien technology? It creates fear, uncertainty, and doubt in whatever enemy they're fighting at the time. So there does seem to be a correspondence with, say, the rise of, say, the Soviet Union or Russia and UFO sightings, or at least UFO propaganda. The other thing is also that I don't think it's very likely that it's aliens. Okay. Could it be aliens? Possible. There's some possibility it could be aliens, but I don't see strong evidence for it. Now, I think there are sightings that are pretty hard to explain, especially the ones that involve, say, aerial phenomena that are, say, detected by multiple methods. Like in some cases, some aerial phenomena have been recorded on radar, infrared missile detection systems, and be seen by visual cameras. So if you got 3 pieces of evidence like that, you have at least something out there. The question then boils down to what is that something? I don't hold to position, honestly, that it's demonic. It's just thin. But demonic is not the only possibility either. Could it be demonic? Maybe. I know this was Clifford Wilson's hypothesis. Clifford Wilson thought it was UFOs were demonic. But I don't see a one-to-one correlation. So it's a maybe. I don't think you can exclude the possibility, but it could be something else too. And there's a lot of strange phenomena out there. So, we live in a vast universe of things that might not just include, say, life out there, but life a little closer to us that's not like us. So, with that said, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped you on both those questions. Okay, and we have... What's this? Jack Ray gifted infinite Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Okay. Oh, thank you. Jack is always on a roll. Yes, he is. Okay. The next super chat here is from BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Does Job 25:15 indicate that men could be guilty of adultery? Did this change by Jesus' time, and was it considered only women could be guilty? Let's bring up the Bible. Job 24, verse 15. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get my BHS here and just take a quick look at the couplet structure. I got my VHS here. I'm just going to take a quick reference look here because I want to make sure I get this couplet right. Don't get the couplet right, then it doesn't really... The interpretation, because this is all poetry, you have to get the couplet right. Take the moment here. Look it up. There's Job. Job 24. 13. Okay. This couplet starts at 1. Basically, 12 and 13 look like the appropriate couple. Yeah, okay. So the couplet structure here is 12 and 13. So we need to take those two together here. Sorry, 13 and 14. 14. You already get it. 14 and 15. 14 and 15. Okay. So we start reading at 14. The murderer rises at dawn. He kills the poor and the needy, and at night he is as a thief. And the eye of the adulterer waits for twilight, saying, no one will see me, and he disguises his face. Okay. So that's the couplet structure. You have the first singlet here. The murderer rises at dawn, he kills the poor and the needy, and at night he is as a thief. So the malfeasance here is not restricted. Okay? He basically is not just killing the poor and the needy, but at night he's also a thief. And the eye of the adulterer waits till twilight, saying, no one will see me, and he disguises his face. Okay? So, now, to answer the first question, does Job 24:15 indicate that men could be guilty of adultery? It does seem so. Okay. And he uses a disguise to accomplish it. He waits till night. So, again, there's that that parity here between the two couplets. At night, the murderer is as a thief, and at night, the eye of the adulterer actually uses his disguise. So it does seem to indicate that, yes, at least in the book of Job, men could be guilty of adultery. Now, Second Temple period Judaism did a reversal on this. The Jewish sages seem to have believed that adultery was something that only a woman could do. And I think one of the things that Christ did was basically do a corrective on this. Because you had a lot of sages, Jewish sages, saying that men could not commit adultery. Because they could have multiple wives. So it was seen as something that only a woman could do within sort of the purview of Second Temple period Judaism. BC, a wicked and perverse generation. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So when Jesus tells the men, if you look at a woman with lust in your heart, you have already committed adultery. That's getting back to this principle that men could also commit adultery. So here's one of my issues with Second Temple period, using Second Temple period Judaism as a guide, is they didn't always get things right. Sometimes they got things badly wrong. And here's an example of where Second Temple period Judaism goes off the rails. So, I think this was an absolutely great question to ask, because Job 24:15 sort of makes it clear with the masculine pronouns that men could commit adultery. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Oh, and I also like the fact that they compare the adulterer to a murderer. Because that also shows the seriousness of this, too. The text is doing a one-to-one comparison between murderers and adulterers. No one would say that a murderer is doing anything good. At least no one in their right mind. But you do get people who think that adultery is just fine. No, it's on the same level as murder. It's a sin that can be forgiven by the blood of Jesus Christ, but it's still a sin. It's a big one. So that's it. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. Next from Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you very much for the super chat. Can Adam and Noah be dated in history, and so when? No. I don't think either individual can be dated in history. First of all, they're both prehistoric figures. Both of them lived before there was any writing. So we are talking here about history. Yeah, I know Kent Hovind says that there's no such thing as prehistory. He's wrong. There's definitely prehistory. And the genealogies in 11 and chapters Genesis chapter 11 and Genesis chapter 5 don't give us concrete chronological information, because it's all tainted by that clan interpretation. The use of clans in Israelite society are using those numbers for something else, not to record history. Even the whole idea of chronology is actually a relatively recent invention. It only dates to about 500 years. I mean, it's a really recent sort of idea. So without that, it's really impossible to say that Adam and Noah can be dated in history. It's just not going to be certain. Warrior of the Most High says, we can date them before history, i.e. pre-3000 BC. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And well before that, too. I mean, it's going to be well before that. So, no, there's no good chance of giving a firm date on either of those. Just isn't going to happen. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. BC for $5 Australian. Thank you again for the super chat. What do you think is the best approach for fixing the dismal state of theology and biblical literacy in the church? Pastors down, laity up. Both. Both. You need both. Because here's the problem. You get the Hosea 4 problem, which is if the laity aren't reading their Bibles, they tend to pick pastors that also don't read their Bibles. You get this. Let me see if I can pull up that passage, because it really sort of tells the complex relationship between the two. Okay. Now, this is talking about the bad priests of Israel, but it also is talking about the bad people of Israel. So this is Hosea chapter 4. We'll start at verse 5 here. So you will stumble by day, and the prophet also will stumble with you by night. And I will destroy your mother. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, because you have rejected knowledge. I will also reject you from being my priest, since you have forgotten the law of your God. I will also forget your children. The more they've multiplied, the more they sinned against me, and I will change their glory into shame. They feed on the sin of my people and direct their desire towards their iniquity. This is the kicker, verse 9. And it will be like people, like priest. So I will punish them for their ways and repay them for their deeds. So there's a kind of a little rhythm going on, like people, like priest, like people, like priest. So you get both. This is an interdependent relationship here. When the people are, reject knowledge and learning of God's word, they'll pick priests and pastors that do the exact same thing. They're going to pick people just like them to lead them. This has to come from the grassroots. It has to come from the bottom. Because if you don't start at the bottom, you get elders that pick bad pastors who don't teach the word of God. Because the people don't have any interest in the word of God. You want to fix the dismal state of theology and biblical literacy in the church? Has to start with you. Has to start with the laity. Because frankly, what happens is the laity get up to a certain level and they won't tolerate an ignorant priest or an ignorant pastor. That's the reason. I mean, that's how you fix this. The body of Christ has to stop being dysfunctional. You have to get back into your Word of God. You have to read your Bibles. You have to study theology. It's not enough to put it all on the shoulders of clerical George. Clerical George can't do it all. Clerical George can't make you read your Bible. I mean, he may preach the most fabulous sermons in the world. If you're not reading your Bible, it's going in one ear and out the other. So the best approach is actually from the laity. Because eventually, as I said, the laity will pick better leaders. And if they pick better leaders, you'll get better pastors. So it has to start with the laity. The laity have been deferring this for 100 years. They've put it all on the shoulders of Clerical George. And Clerical George just can't deal with it all. Yeah, it's a consumerist mentality, as my producer just says. If you don't depend on the pastor to turn this ship around, you've abrogated its responsibility. You're just going to repeat the cycle. Because what's going to happen is the pastor is going to get demoralized because he can't do the change, because he can't make people change. He's going to get demoralized. He's going to stop reading his Bible himself because it doesn't matter. And then it just becomes a job for him. And then you're in the state we are today. So, people have to get back into the Word of God. They have to start reading the text. They have to start really embracing the text. And thoughtful reading, not just dozing off when you're in bed, so that the Bible covers your face. That's not, having the ink smear all over your face isn't reading the Bible, okay? No, you got to read it thoughtfully. Read it repeatedly. If you don't read it thoughtfully, you're not going to get anything out of it either. So it's not just doing the obligatory exercise of reading the Word of God, but it's reading it with attention and focus. And it's hard when you first start. I mean, if you haven't read the Bible in like 20 years, and a lot of Christians haven't, it surprises me how many Christians have not picked up a Bible in 20 years. It used to shock me when I used to go to church and I'm the only one with a Bible open. That's an issue. If you're the only one with a Bible open in your church, there's a problem. That's a big problem. So yes, it starts with the laity and it goes up. Biblical literacy begins with the laity. Because, like people, like priest. According to Isaiah chapter 4, verse 9. It's a symbiotic relationship. Stronger the people, stronger the priest. And then if the priest is elevated through the people, then his teaching can get better. There's opportunity there. So I think that's how it begins. It begins with the people. Now, the pastor's doesn't get out of this scot-free either. Okay? The job of the pastor is to cultivate new elders. The job of the laity is to cultivate themselves to become elders. So this is how it works. The pastor's there to cultivate new elders to become new pastors. And the laity are supposed to be cultivating themselves to become elders. So it's a symbiotic relationship. Okay? So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated, and it's a good question. Okay, Darkblade, member for 3 months. Awesome. Next Thursday is my 18th birthday. Doubling sponsored, one question for me and one from Let Me Explain followers from the Shepherd. Okay. Darkblade asks, thoughts on Complete Ancient Greek by Gavin Betts and Alan Henry? Haven't read it. I don't have a copy of it. I haven't read it, so I can't evaluate it. So, I don't know anything about the book, honestly. It's been a while since I've looked at Greek textbooks. It's been about 8 years since I've actually looked at Greek textbooks with any, for as a resource. So I can't recommend the resource because I just haven't read it. So anyway, sorry about that one. Thank you very much for the super chat. Now a question from followers of the Shepherd. Let me explain. Let's see what we can take from him. Scroll back up here. Oops, I should. 8:22 is the timestamp. Let's see here. Spinning back here to find a question. Follower of the Shepherd. I don't see one. Do you see a question from followers of the Shepherd? I think mine might have dropped off already on that one. Yeah, he can repost a question if he comes back. If we find one along the way, we might take it. So we'll see. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for that super chat, Darkblade. Really appreciate it. Jack Ray, $5, sponsoring a Darkblade question. Do we have another Darkblade question? Please copy and paste the questions.
The only time you do this, because I have this.
All right, here's a Darkblade question. Did any ancient Near Eastern people believe in telekinesis? Okay. Telekinesis is the psychic ability to move things with your mind. Okay? So, no. The ancient Near Eastern people did not seem to believe in telekinesis. Now, they did believe in precognition. The idea that you could, you had the mental ability to predict the future. So they believe in precognition. But they don't seem to have believed in telekinesis. Now, that's not to say that they were unfamiliar with the idea of things moving around. A lot of them would have attributed telekinesis, if they had ever experienced it, to spiritual phenomena. Okay? But they don't explicitly talk about telekinesis or anything like it. So, but they did talk about precognition a lot. Because the whole idea of oracles is based upon a kind of precognition. So they did believe in oracles. And both the Greeks and the Egyptians did believe in oracles like that. So, yeah, Patui says, yeah, in all my reading on ancient magical rubrics, telekinesis isn't one I've seen. Yeah, may my enemy misplace my wallet, their wallet in the closet. Yeah, you know, I in my reading of the ancient text too, I've never seen telekinesis. As I said, a lot of precognition. I've seen a lot of precognition in ancient texts. But I've never seen a telekinesis. The earliest... No, not a single instance. No, I can't recall a single instance of telekinesis. I don't know. Yeah. En Japones con Rafe, but telekinesis might be available next week in the D&D game. Yes, it might be. Because some clerics had that ability. So it might be in the next week's D&D game. And that's because D&D was written by Gary Gygax in the 20th century. But ancient texts weren't written by Gary Gygax. Although it would have been really, really cool if they had been. D20 saving throw. Get your telekinesis. Oh, that's fun. Okay, so yeah, so yeah, there's no telekinesis in as far as I've seen in any ancient text that I've read. So all right, let's get back to super chats here. 8:22 is when we're okay. Go. The next super chat here is from BC for 5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. The most plausible denial of the resurrection seems to be the idea that his body was stolen by the disciples after Pilate gave it to Joseph. Thoughts? The Romans put a guard around the tomb. Okay, so the opportunity to steal the body of Jesus was quite slim. Now, the idea of this is kind of that the Roman guards got afraid, ran away, and then, you know, the disciples came in afterwards and stole the body. Okay. Now, why were they afraid? You know, these are experienced Roman legionnaires. Okay. Now, they weren't big on the fear thing. Okay. I mean, these are people who probably had been to war and had seen some crazy stuff. Okay. You know, these are people who had seen death. Okay? You know, disciples had not really seen death on the level of a Roman legionnaire. Okay? It's just, you know, if you've encountered people who've really seen death on a battlefield, they're scary. Okay? They mean business. You know, and pray to God you never do. You know, they're, you know, these are people who've seen death. You know, and a lot of it. So, you know, they also know the implications too of, say, having been bribed or abandoning their post. You know, abandoning your post as a Roman legionnaire was a death penalty offense. You know, that was a death penalty offense. And the Roman soldiers knew it. So this had to be something scary enough where they would even risk death to leave their post. So that was... No, I'm not buying it. Now, okay, seeing an angel would be scary enough that, yeah, you'd leave your post and soil your pants. But that's what I would think that would have compelled them. So the whole idea that they would leave their post in the first place. You know. Yeah, well, I know what they say, Harry, but here's Harry Stark adds, what would you say to those who reject the Roman guards altogether? Those who say it was all made up? Well, if that was true, if that was really true, then there's some things about the narrative of, say, the disciples that don't make a lot of sense. Like their cowering nature. They're hiding. they're afraid they're next. The last thing you're going to do as a disciple, say, for example, Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea, they're not really disciples in the same way as the 12 apostles are. So they weren't really on the hit list. But if the disciples came in, stole the body, it wouldn't explain why they're just hiding. Cowering, as it were. So, I think that the story as given makes a lot more sense. We also do have that one inscription where the Romans too make it a crime to steal bodies. So now this was a very high profile, execution as well. Because, there was that rumor going around. There was that rumor going around that Jesus had promised to resurrect. He basically made several prophecies during his life that said, okay, destroy this temple in 3 days. I'll bring it back up. And the only sign I'll give you is the sign of Jonah. Some of the Jews would have clued into that. Some of them would have understood what he was implying. So, that they would want some assurance that if something did arise from the dead, it was quickly put back down. So I think the guards were not so much there to prevent the body being stolen, but to put down a resurrected body should it resurrect. So I don't think the guards were necessarily there to protect the tomb, but more to lay away any doubt that there was a resurrection. And if there had been, stick another spear into him. So, again, these guys had seen death. This guy was executed. Yeah, they gave him a proper burial. That was allowed for criminals. But a criminal that was this high profile, in a situation this politically charged, and rumors floating around that there would be a resurrection. Yeah, I would think that they would want to stick some soldiers there just to be sure. It makes sense of the narrative. So, they might have given him some disciples visiting rights, under supervision. But the Romans were there to just make sure the things remained calm. So that's what I would say to that. So anyway, thank you for that follow-up question. Very much appreciated. Okay, back to it. Okay, the next one here is from Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Thank you for much. And he asks, do humans have sixth sense or other hidden capacities? Well, how would you know if they had hidden capacities if they're hidden? Joking. I know what you mean. If they're hidden, how can you see them? Okay. That is a likely yes. Okay. Now, here's the thing. As science here gets more refined, we are discovering more and more abilities. Like it used to be, they thought there was just 6 senses. Now we know there's like 10. So just better knowledge of the human human nerve system, we have discovered more and more abilities. It's not just, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch. It's not just the five senses. There's homeostasis. Homeostasis is a sense. Your sense of balance is a sense. Okay? There are, they've discovered like a bunch more senses just from better knowledge of neurology. So, sense of weight. That's a sense too. It's not touch. It's actually mechanical against other parts of your body. So a lot of it is just definition. So, one, Dr. Falk, levitation confirmed. So, do we have, say, other senses that haven't been identified yet? Oh, very likely. Very likely. And they may be, and we also have to keep in mind, too, that some of these might be more pronounced in some individuals than others. Some might have a sense of that, like, for example, that whole telekinesis thing. In many of the cases of, say, telekinesis, they only manifest during times of stress. So-called poltergeists may not be evil spirits. They may be people with a latent telekinetic sense that when they're under stress, the sense manifests. So, there's, in those cases, they're hidden, and they're only found in some individuals, and they only come out under certain circumstances. And they may not even be able to be controlled by the individual. So, this is a definite maybe. This is a definite maybe. Again, we've discovered a whole bunch of new senses that have not been classically defined as senses. So our chances of finding more is highly possible. Now, proving that in a clinical setting, that's more difficult. Now, if you see objects flying across the room, when only one of the guys in there, yeah, maybe okay. You might have grounds for that. Oh boy. So this one is a possibility. This one is a possibility. I think it's highly likely we'll find more senses. Would they be these classic sort of psychic senses, like telekinesis, clairvoyance, precognition? Clairaudience is another one. That remains to be seen. I think that's more on the speculative end. But some other kinds of senses might be more rational and more reasonable and easier to show. Like, for example, there's some people, what was it called now? Who have, like, for example, when they hear certain tones, see color. Okay? The brains are wired differently, so they have different kinds of senses. My producer just brings up a point too. People with migraine have heightened senses. They can smell stuff that other people can't smell, hear things other people can't hear. They get these oral auras when they see things. So, yeah, it's brain wiring can lead to different experiences. Yeah, synesthesia. Yeah. Yeah, it's so, you know, there's there's no end to the possibilities here to what other senses we could find. But again, as we do say more things like functional MRIs, uh okay, I'm gonna take that one. That was funny. See here. And Japonis Rafi, Ron Wyatt Nieces, the ability to supernaturally find artifacts that were never there to begin with. Oh boy. Whoa. Yeah, that's quite an ability. Oh boy. You know, I still get people every day sending me hate mail over the Ron Wyatt stuff. Every day. Yeah. Yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, that guy was able to find the most gullible people. Now that he did have a talent for finding gullible people. Yeah, con men have that sense. Yeah, so DC, now the fundies are ticked off. Well, they're easy to tick off. They're not fun to tick off. Because it's too easy. You know, they get offended over a lot of things. I mean, I got one this week who was really ticked off that I said that Jonah had died in the belly of the whale. You know, he was really angry. You know, it's like I destroyed his childhood or something. You know, he had to be alive. He had to be alive because the only one raised from the dead in the Bible is Jesus Christ. That's not what the Bible says. Like, go back and read it. You might find some more. Just saying. Yeah, so it's just like, okay. Yeah, when you're dealing with people who don't actually read the text, yeah, it can be kind of, yeah, difficult. So, yeah. BC, Jonah had a desk and a lamp. Yeah. Unfortunately, you get this, and you close your mouth. That was a full suite in there. Desk, lamp, chair.
Radio going.
Radio playing soft music.
Oh, and don't forget.
What was there? Oh, the fish fin in the fish bowl. Yes. Cleo? I don't know. A full goldfish bowl on the desk.
In a whale. Your bunny. Bunny's not interested.
Hey, all he had to do is eat fish for 3 days, right? In the belly of the whale already, yeah. Cooked fish, yeah. He had, apparently he had a fire going, a potbelly stove, and a whale. This was quite some whale.
Probably better furnished than our parents.
Well, it might be better furnished than our apartment, but that wouldn't take much. 72-hour Jonah wave stream. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, the whole sort of thing with Jonah can get really, really ridiculous too. But again, they grew up with these ideas as kids. You know, somebody didn't teach them as children, and that was the only impression they ever got. So that's the one they're taking with them. So, and Japonis Kanrafi adds, That was actually the first thing I learned here. If you want to grow, you have to shed the Sunday school mentality. Exactly. Yeah. The Sunday school mentality will keep you regressed as you grow in faith. Yeah. It'll keep you in a regress state. So you do have to dump the Sunday school mentality if you want to grow and learn about the Bible. Because otherwise you're just going to stay stagnant. Because there's a lot of error in Sunday school materials, and you can't embrace the error. Harry Stark, keep you juvenile. Yep. Yeah, it will. So, it just yeah, it just is it's just one of those terrible things that, people get these first impressions of these various Bible stories in materials that have they're trying to do something good, trying to make the materials approachable. But in making them approachable, they introduce error. And if you keep embracing the error, you can't grow. It has to, you have to keep progressing. So, but there's some people that just won't let it go. They won't let go of the Ron White myths. They won't let go of the Jonah myths. And boy, they can come up with some very, very insane myths. And then, of course, if a atheist comes along that's convincing them that, hey, the myth is wrong, it's impossible, they won't abandon the myth. They'll keep the myth, but now disbelieve it. Not knowing that their original reading was incorrect in the first place. So, it's a hard situation. And some people will never learn it because they rather would have the lie, because it's what they're comfortable with. And PR Falk says, as Dr. Falk frequently says, telling stories is a good thing, but they have to be true stories. Absolutely. Yeah. You can tell stories, but they have to be true stories. Because if you miss the element of truth, you're not growing. You're still embracing a lie, just a different one. So stories have to be true, because we are ministers of the truth. So anyway, we'll go on to the next super chat now. Okay. Take that one too, from N. Japonis Conrafe. So Samuel wasn't a demon when he talked to Saul? No. But there's people who still insist on it. There's still people who insist that when Saul visited the Witch of Endor, that it wasn't Samuel, it was a demon. Even though the text repeatedly identifies it as Samuel. Repeatedly. Samuel's ghost. Yeah. Well, it was. It was the spirit of Samuel. It was the spirit of Samuel. The real one, not the familiar spirit one. But the text repeatedly identifies it as Samuel. So yeah, it really was Samuel. Okay. Back here to the super chats here, and we are at 8:41 here. So okay, so the next one here is also from Louis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Question in chat below. Okay. Here it is. And he asks, I was watching your video, Death in the Garden, and it got me thinking. When Jesus comes, could humans' interaction with nature and animals be different, like talking to animals and living in nature? Yeah. Oh yeah. When Christ returns, yeah, our relationships are going to be completely different. Definitely, because there's actually that Jesus Christ is moving the ball closer to godly perfection. Okay. When God created the world, it was good. And when he finished the creation, it was very good. It wasn't perfect, but it was very good. Christ is moving that ball closer and closer to restored relationships, new relationships. We'll be able to interact with, say, angelic beings. We'll have our relationship with nature restored, because right now the nature is pretty hostile to us. Our relationship with our relatives will be restored. Our relationships with our spouses will be restored. All that death, of that separation of death, will then be restored. As I said, death in the biblical sense is not death of the body. It's separation. Separation of body and soul, separation of man from God, separation from husband and wife, separation from man and nature. There's all that death going on in Genesis 2 and 3. So, so yeah, there'll be a restoration as such. So that's part of the whole making all things new. So it's definitely true that when Christ returns, there will be a difference in, say, let's say our relationship to a variety of broken, a restoration of many of the broken relationships. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. I hope that helped, and very much appreciate it. Okay, the next super chat here is from something here. Okay, and let's see here. Is from Shirao 2.0 for $5. Thank you very much for super chat. Before you have said that there's no consensus in biblical archaeology, do you have a study or poll for that? I would like to use it for my arguments. Well, it's a variety. It's really there are consensus. Okay. But there's a difference here between what's a consensus and what's a controversy. And say when it talks about, say, the Exodus, the vast majority of, say, secular biblical scholars will say it was a myth. Now, it's really hard to do that without say what exactly the exact proportions are without a poll. James Hoffmeyer did a poll amongst Egyptologists. He sent out 100 emails, and he asked them, "What do you think? Do you think the Exodus was a real event?" He got 40 responses back. Roughly half, say 20 of them, believed in an Exodus. Okay. There's also, say, amongst it's a lot of this is going to depend on who you ask. There's another poll that was done by a friend of ours, and he emailed like 100 pastors, and on what do you think of the date of the Exodus, is early or late date, and it was sort of just split 50-50 along the denominational lines. But no one has done, say, a comprehensive poll or study on what biblical archaeologists believe. a lot of it's going to depend upon, as I say, upon what discipline it is. Like, for example, you'll find a lot more skepticism in, say, biblical archaeology than you will find in, say, a cognate studies like Assyriology or even Egyptology. But some of that, too, is the breakdown of who's in there in those respective fields. Biblical studies tend to attract more skeptics. Egyptology tends to attract more Muslims. And Muslims do believe in an Exodus. So it's gonna really depend on who you ask. But I'll say right now, you said you forgot. Okay, I see your most recent super chat. Yeah, sorry, I forgot to put Exodus in my super chat. Yeah. I would say the vast majority of biblical studies people, and these are people who tend to work in secular institutions, believe that there was no Exodus. No Exodus, no Moses. However, those aren't the only people who do biblical archaeology. A large number of biblical archaeologists also work at seminaries. And they would overwhelmingly say support an historical Exodus. And most of them would even believe in a late date. So, and this has been recognized even by early daters like Rasmussen. So, but no one's done a straw poll. No one's done a poll on this. So, it's more like a sense of what people believe than anything else. So, I can't give you a real study on this. As I said, there was a one poll that I know that Hoffmeyer did with his informal poll that Hoffmeyer did with his Egyptology colleagues. I also know that that the one that my friend did, again, another informal poll. But again, these don't really have statistical significance. But the trend seems to be that those who are in secular colleges tend to be skeptics. Those who are in, say, confessional schools tend to be believers. In the Exodus, most will sort of side with the late date, just because it's got, even though they won't say it publicly. We got to keep that in mind too. It's a toxic subject for many people, just because of the dealing with funding. Because one of the things about, say, believing in a late Exodus date is you tend to lose the funding from the octogenarians if you're in an institution. So that's so most people who even work in say Christian institutions won't say what their belief is on the Exodus because of that firestorm, and no one really wants to deal with that. So you might get honest answers with an anonymous poll, like if you did, say, a poll monkey or whatever it is. If you did like those monkey surveys ones where everything's anonymized, you might get honest answers. But otherwise, you won't get honest answers because no one wants to put their career on the line. Except for me, apparently, who I don't really care that much about my career. I more care about the truth. But hey, I'm an oddball. What can I say? What? A biblical scholar that cares about the truth? Didn't see that coming. Ooh. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Tui Sumatos for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. What's your favorite artifact written on papyrus? Oh, that's interesting. Because there's so many nice, interesting texts. I think my favorite one is gotta be Papyrus and... Wait, maybe not. I'll tell you a couple I like. I like Papyrus Anastasi 3. And I like it because it actually gives the itinerary of a trip from the Yam Suf, Sea of Reeds, and Pihahi wrote back to Paramses. Very interesting text. Very, very interesting text. The other one I really like, and it's let me see if I can off the top of my there's another one that's really interesting. Okay, I'll get this. The other one I really like is let's see. I'm trying to remember it. Top of my head at the moment. It's one of the tomb robbery papyri. Can't remember the exact designation of it. It's been a while since I looked at it too, but I'm trying to think of what. There's a tomb robbery papyri that mentions all sorts of different ritual processional furniture. For some strange reason, I cannot actually remember the name of it. I'm going to have to probably defer that for another time until I look that one up. It's one of the British Museum papyri, but it's one of them. It was published, I think it was some Papyrus Mayor A. Dang. I can't remember that. I did so much work on that papyrus, and now I can't remember the name of it. Oh, well. Oh, boy. Wow. I just can't remember the name of that text. But the tomb robbery papyri, I will say this, are very interesting. I would highly also recommend the tomb robbery papyri. There's just so many interesting things in the tomb robbery papyri. You get to look into, say, how court proceed, how police did investigations. You get to see how they, what kind of items that they used. All sorts of things, you know, all the lies. Oh yeah, there are some really interesting lies in those papyri too. Just amazingly interesting stuff in those say tomb robbery papyri. So I would definitely found it. A Papyrus British Museum 10403. Okay, that's the papyri. Fascinating papyri. Fascinating papyri. It's one of the, as I say, one of the tomb robbery papyri. Very interesting. Very interesting papyri. It's actually a great text to study too, because it really goes into, as I say, the depths of the judicial proceedings, the type of furniture involved. You get to hear the characters lie about why they have, if they had the stuff or not. So yeah, absolutely amazing papyrus. We highly recommend it. So those are my two sort of favorites. Papyrus British Museum 10403 and Papyrus Anastasi 3. So anyway, thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciated. It took some humming and hawing and try to get there, but you know, taking things out of cold storage of my brain takes a little time sometimes. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated, and I hope that helped. Okay, next super chat here. Juan for $2. What is the best historical evidence for deities? What do you mean by that? It's not really a historical question. I mean, it's not like we find footprints of the gods all over the place. Although, if you go to, no, the temple, there's a temple, where is it? In Syria, the Ain Dara, I think, temple. You can see these giant footprints just as you go into the temple. Those are cool. Which? Oh, you don't mean Joppa, do you? I don't know. Caesarea. Caesarea. Sign this giant foot at Caesarea. Yeah. So, this is not really something you can show historically. Okay. Yeah, you have personal accounts, and that's probably about it. So, that would be the best you can get probably out of that is eyewitness testimony. Because again, it's not really a historical question. That is also true. My producer points out that you can't argue from a historical perspective that there aren't deities as well. So it's just one of those questions where the that you just can't. It's not a historical question. Because it's not a historical question, you wouldn't expect evidence of one way or the other. So, again, you could always argue that the best historical question or evidence is probably the life, resurrection, and eyewitness accounts of Jesus Christ. That's probably it. There's not much of anything else, though. So anyway, but then again, you're talking there about the historical evidence for a living person. Okay, so yeah, my producer comments that the historiography for that is sound. So again, it's kind of a wrong question. The wrong question. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. He asks another one for $2. Thoughts on interpreting history with perennialism? Oh boy, let me look up. What is perennialism? Not a term I'm familiar with off the top of my head. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. All right. I'll be honest. I have not given that topic any thought. It's not a philosophy I'm very familiar with. I haven't seen much about it written in any of the literature I sort of intersect with. So it'd be very, very difficult for me to answer this on the fly. Because, again, it's not a philosophy I'm particularly familiar with. Yeah, he adds perennial philosophy such as René Guénon or the traditional school. Again, I'd have to look into perennialism in more detail to answer this. Because again, it's not something I've studied. I didn't study this in my say my philosophy degree as an undergrad. I certainly never encountered this in grad school or seminary. So it's an interesting concept, yeah, but again, I'd have to look at it in more detail. Patui adds, it is definitely out of popularity in the last few decades. Well, that's what a lot of things with some of this philosophy. Some of these theoretical structures rise and fall in popularity. I had to explain to somebody today that fecundity theory. This is basically the idea that every god in the ancient Near East was a fertility god. Was really, really popular in the 1960s and 70s. Today, it's not. today, only a few rare holdouts like John Baines still even believe it. You know, it's just one of those philosophies that was just ways of looking at, say, the history of religion that was once incredibly popular. I mean, in the 1960s and 70s, you couldn't write on the gods of the ancient Near East without talking about fecundity. But today, you talk about the fecundity interpretation, and people raise an eyebrow and go, "Yeah, the 1960s wants their history of religion back." I mean, that's the response you get these days, and that's because, you know, when push came to shove, fecundity interpretation proved to be a lot less widespread than the theory purported. Very less widespread. So, you know, that's the problem with some of these views, is some of these views have their time in the sun. And then we see the flaws, and better interpretations come up, and those old views sort of fall by the wayside and fall out of favor. So, as I say, I don't know anything about perennialism, so I'm going to have to defer on that. But just leveraging off of Patui's comment here, that there are these views that sort of rise and fall, and that's totally expected. You know, expect that. But this is one of the reasons why scholars have to keep up on their literature. This is one of the things that, you know, what happens when you have scholars that don't read. You know, they don't keep up on the literature. You know, they're not able to sort of move on. This is actually one of the things I've really sort of respected about a guy like Bill Deaver. You know, I don't agree with Bill Deaver, but he does keep up on the literature, and he's had to move on in his theories because he did keep up with the literature. So, you know, that's what I you know, see as going on here, is that, you know, if you keep up with the literature, you keep up with the evidence, sometimes your theories change. And I know that happened with the fecundity debate. So maybe something happened like this with the perennialists. I don't know. Again, I haven't looked at this in any detail. But anyway, I want to thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And at least I hope the discussion sort of opened up new avenues and new issues. So thank you very much. Okay, Juan for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Where do you see biblical academia and Christianity in the future, with secular biblical minimalism and I think you mean maximalist scholars secular, or major scholars secular? Bible academia is very secular. Yeah, it is very secular. Well, one of the things that happened during, say, the fundamentalist modernist controversy is sort of Christian scholars abandoned the academy. They left the secular academy and formed their own schools, which is why we got thousands of little Bible colleges peppering the United States right now. I think there'll always be sort of those two silos. There'll always be, say, secular biblical academia, because there has been for over 150 years. But there's also going to be siloed Christian academia as well. You know, I think the future of this is not clear. Now, secular biblical minimalism has taken a dump. It's taken a real dump. Nowadays there's very few hardline, extreme biblical minimalists, just like there's very few hardline biblical maximalists. Okay, so both sides have sort of kind of coalesced towards the middle. Now, I do think that the pendulum is still swinging towards maximalism rather than swinging back to minimalism. I think the whole idea that biblical minimalism is going to be, I think that ship is kind of sailed. Okay, so I think what we're going to see, though, is new forms of skepticism. There's definitely going to be radical interpretations, because there always have been. And that's what they're going to do, is they're going to take those maximalist sort of ideas and then radicalize them. So that's what I see happening in the secular biblical studies world, is that they're going to take they're going to accept the data that say the similar data to what the maximalists are going to accept, but they're also going to take on new radical interpretations of that data, because there is a difference between theory and data. I think the data will get more conservative, the theory will get more radical. Okay. On the other hand, within Christian institutions, there's going to be a different trend. Okay. There will be more of an attempt to have consensus with, say, their secular counterparts. Still, they'll say compromise on the data and get more conservative on the theory. Okay. So, well, once it's interesting, let's hope it plays out. Well, it's not going to play out that well. That's the problem here. Because the understanding of data often is driven by one's theory. So by having a more radical theory, you can reinterpret the data the way you like. So it's not exactly a good thing. Now, the problem with the Christian Bible, academia, is as funding gets tighter and tighter, and it's getting very tight. We're going to see more Old Testament programs close. We're going to see biblical archaeology programs close. There's going to be less opportunities to dig. It's that, I mean, Bible colleges are closing left, right, and center right now. You know, nobody wants to go and get a biblical education anymore. So schools are closing. And typically what happens as a school begins to close is it tends to focus more on New Testament. So it'll often, like some of these archaeology programs are very well funded. They're self-sufficient in funding, but the rest of the school isn't. You know. So they'll go into a locked room somewhere, pray, and come out and going, we've abandoned our core mission. So they will basically close the School of Archaeology, cannibalize the money, and give it to the failing New Testament department. I've seen it a dozen times already. So they'll hire more New Testament professors for a failing department, and they'll eliminate the successful departments, because those are the only ones that have money. And nobody in Christian academia right now, they know how hard it is to get jobs. So they'll lie about, their faith, what they believe, so they can keep the job. No one is in Christian academia wants to make waves. And that's going to get worse in the future. It's going to get worse. Especially as things get more woke. As things get more woke, this will become more and more of a problem. Because even then, the perception of making a wave will get you eliminated. We're seeing this in conferences. We're seeing this in seminaries. I mean, these guys, these Christian academics are, sorry to use this, but timid bunnies walking on eggshells. They will not stick their neck out for anything. Yeah, that's kind of the conviction of their beliefs here, is they're more concerned about keeping their jobs. So, yeah, I mean, these are people who could retire on principle. Yeah, Harry Stark. Yeah, they're cowards, basically. Yeah. So, Chow Yi asks, would you consider Redeem Zoomers Reconquista, the answer to this academic slump. I don't know anything about it. But I'm just seeing the trend here at large. So things are going to get a lot more worse before they get better. So, a lot worse. Yeah.
Don't take
Take that question too. I'll take the comment too. Gabriel Emerald says, quote, "Don't bite the hand that feeds you," end quote. And yeah, but you know, a lot of the people who are feeding the Bible colleges are these basically, as I said, I use the term octogenarian. You know, 80-year-olds who grew up in fundamentalist churches, who have buzz cuts, no facial hair, and you know, dress very, very conservatively. I mean, this is why you've got a Bible college like Moody Bible Institute that still says that men have to have short hair, which I don't have, and no mustache or beard, no facial hair. You know, just because it would offend their octogenarian donors. So, yeah, I mean, it's so easy to offend these people. It's not even funny. And you start talking about late date of the Exodus, and oh boy, they get offended fast because they've been told by groups like ABR that if you don't take 1 Kings 6:1 literally, well, you're a Bible compromiser. You don't read the Old Testament literally. If you don't read the Old Testament literally, well, you won't be a American young Earth creationist. So, you know, it's, and this is how most Bible colleges are funded right now. They're not funded by theologians. They're not funded by people who are biblically literate. They are funded by people who are essentially easily offended. So yeah, it's a problem, and it's led to bad theology in our seminaries. That's only going to get worse. Yeah, I agree with Patui here. Offending the donors is the sin than which none greater can be conceived, end quote. He's absolutely right. It's the biggest taboo and the biggest crime in Christian academia. It's the biggest taboo and the biggest crime. And if you're a kind of guy that, you know, doesn't care what people think and just speaks the truth, well, they won't hire you. Because you could someday pick off a donor. So, you know, these people are basically duck and covering. Everywhere they go, they duck and cover. They won't take a risk, nothing that could possibly come back to haunt them. And they've made careers of this. Basically made careers of this. Juan finally adds here, sometimes I feel sad for not getting a PhD in humanities, but knowing the horror stories and what you suffered, it's a lose-lose if you speak the truth. Oh, totally. Look, I'm going to say this. There is no such thing as truth without a price. Truth always comes with a price tag. They crucified Christ for speaking the truth. The truth that he was preaching was he was God incarnate who was going to pay for the sins of the world. He exposed the iniquity of his day. They crucified him. And they crucified his disciples also for continuing to tell the truth. Truth always comes with a price. But not telling the truth also comes with a price. Telling the truth will get you penalized in many ways. You'll lose economic opportunities. You could even lose your life. Not telling the truth comes with the price that you lose your integrity. I know what I'd rather lose. Yeah, because you're going to live with your choice for eternity, as my producer just added. So, yeah, it's one of those things where truth matters. Truth matters. And people can see if you don't have integrity in your life. People can see it. The skeptics can see it. If you're not willing to defend the truth and criticize error, skeptics see it. They can sniff this a mile away. So anyway, I mean, yes, there's going to be a huge price tag to telling the truth. Huge price tag. That just comes with the territory. But I think the not telling the truth and losing one's integrity is even worse. Even worse. Because that has eternal consequences. That has eternal consequences. So, I would rather be in that category of having suffered for the truth and being told, well done, good and faithful servant, than having to bear the shame of a lost integrity throughout eternity. And my producer also points out here that there's also corporate responsibility for teachers who don't teach the truth. They will be doubly judged. They'll be doubly judged. It's written that it's not good that all be teachers because of the double judgment. So there's a lot of weighty considerations here. Now, if you can survive the process of a PhD in humanities, I'll also say this too. It was well worth it doing. Mine was well worth doing. I would have done that PhD again, despite all the horror stories. It gave me tools that I needed to be able to do the things I do today. So it could be very, very useful. So I think we should have more Christians in every facet of society that have PhDs. Because, the world of academia is not the end all, be all and the end all. There's life outside the academia. So anyway, I'll just say that. You don't know where God's going to lead you if you do this. I mean, if anyone would have told me, when I started my PhD, oh, you're not going to be able to get a job at a seminary. You're not going to be able to get a job at a university. You're not going to be able to become a pastor at a church. I'm going to make you a YouTuber. My producer said she would have turned into Job's wife.
That's why he does.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why God doesn't tell us his plans in advance, because sometimes you wouldn't go through it. So. Yeah, so there's a lot of things to consider. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things to consider, and I said I wouldn't discourage you from doing a PhD, but just guard your heart as you do it. Okay? So anyway, Juan, thank you for those questions. Great questions, and I hope they helped. Okay. Back to the super chats here. Okay. End up here. Okay, the next one here is also from Juan. Doing any research projects or apply to positions. I'm not really applying to any positions right now. The fact is that YouTube is pretty much my life at the moment. And frankly, YouTube pretty much disqualifies you from an academic position. Pretty much does. Unless you have tenure already. If you have tenure already, that's fine. No academic department wants a celebrity candidate. Celebrity candidates are considered trouble in academic departments. Yeah, there's those that become celebrities while in academia, and they're usually tried to be pushed to the side or get kicked out.
Other in the
Well, even then, yeah, but you know, there's like people like what's her name now? Sarah Parkak. Sarah Parkak is an Egyptologist. She's developed these advanced techniques to look under the sand of Egypt for ruins. She's found dozens and dozens and dozens of sites in Egypt through this satellite imaging. And her faculty wants her gone. Even though she's a research millionaire. Even though she's got tons and tons of funding from outside sources for this. You know, she's like got like $10 million in outside funding. You know, her project's not only funding her position, but others too. But because she's become famous over it, her faculty wants her gone. Juan, why kill the golden goose? Okay, I'll tell you why they kill the golden goose. Because it creates disruption. It creates jealousy by other faculty members. That's big one. Big one is the jealousy factor. The one thing academic departments want more than anything else is quiet. Peace. Okay? Peace between the members of the department. So, most academic departments want you to do these small, incremental, quiet discoveries. They want you to build a slow body of insignificant work over time. So they don't like big discoveries. They don't like discoveries that create a sensation. They don't like discoveries that make you famous. If you have a viral article, that can be a problem because now people who've never had a viral article, you know, people get jealous over it. Very, very jealous over it. So it doesn't matter if you pull in a lot of funding, if all the rest of the faculty are, you know, jealous over what you've done. So, you know, they'll give up big funding to get rid of you. So, just so that they can have their little ivory tower. Indy Gone Wild says, sounds so petty from an outsider's perspective. And it is petty. To be honest, it is petty. So anyway, yeah, it's hard to say it's not petty. But that's the reason why I'm not applying for any positions right now. Because we've been through this already. You know, and as a celebrity, you know, just a YouTuber who has not been, who's not currently employed in a institution, would be almost impossible for me to get a position like that. So that's why I'm not applying for it. Now, doesn't mean I don't do my own research, and I'm still doing research. So, in fact, I just finished an article for a magazine, for a peer-reviewed journal. And I'm not going to name it just in case the haters are out there listening. I was invited to contribute to this. So I did an article on my chronology work. So that should be going out for peer review shortly, and hopefully it'll get a positive result and that'll get published. So I'm still doing research on, say, chronology, on the connections between the Bible and the Exodus and Egypt. So I'm still actively doing research, and I still actively write. But it's just one of those cases where it's like, well, I have to self-fund everything. So I don't have the benefit of a travel stipend, and I can't buy all my equipment has to come out of pocket. So that's just one of those impediments that you just have to face as sort of an more independent researcher. But hopefully, some of these places will start recognizing that as these sort of opportunities become less and less in the academy, and more people have to work outside of the academy. So anyway, that's what I'm doing right now. Oh, I should also mention that I'm trying to get a proposal prepared for the book we're going to do on the plagues of the Exodus. So we got that going too. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Louis Sandoval for 250 Dominican Republic pesos. What it would look like to interact with ancient people of any culture in heaven. Also, can you recommend any book on the dimensional cross or transfer? I can't recommend any books on that because I don't know of any off the top of my head that talk about that per se. You might find it in some commentaries, but I think even then you probably wouldn't see a whole lot there on that. Not many people talk about that. What would it be like to interact with ancient people in any culture in heaven? Well, that'd be interesting. Not exactly sure. What language? I mean, people are speaking in every tongue in heaven, so we don't lose our language ability. In Revelation talks. I think it's chapter 4 talks about all the saints around the throne speaking in every tongue and of every nation. So, so I can't say. I mean, will there be a language barrier in heaven? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? Would you be able to understand every language in heaven? Possibly. That might be. my producer say, "Are you allowed to program a universal translator in heaven?" Yeah. So there's going to be some interesting dynamics as we interact with other cultures in heaven. So it would be kind of a little alien to do so, but they want to learn Egyptian from Moses, huh? Says warrior of the Most High. So yeah, you are going to get differences in culture. Those differences will survive. Get differences in language. Those differences will survive. And all of this is to show the glory of God as he has interacted with all the cultures. So it would look like a mosaic. It's not a melting pot, mosaic. Okay? The differences aren't blended together. They're kept distinct. So Harry Stark says at Kiera Falk, it's basically a free-for-all. Yeah, probably. Or a cacophony. So anyway, I kind of view it like if you've ever been to an African church, it's kind of like that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat, and I hope that helped. Okay, BC for $5 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. When Joseph was given Christ's body by Pilate, safe to assume this giving would have been under supervision? Maybe the tomb was always empty. I think there would have been some supervision involved. But also Joseph of Arimathea too was a well-known commodity to the Romans. Okay, he was a rich man. He was a connected man. So he might have been just trusted with it. That's possible too. Basically told, hey, you got till sunset to get that body back. Here's the body. Get it wrapped, get it returned. And then, say your goodbyes. So a man that trusted in the community by the Romans would have probably had a little more license. I don't think the tomb was always empty. I mean, it was initially empty when it was made, because it was made for Joseph of Arimathea. It was a newly cut tomb. And what the procedure would have been done is basically the body would have been wrapped, covered in scented oils and spices, although they would have probably forgone that, given the how quick this tomb, this burial was done. And it was expected that the body would undergo rigor mortis, marbling, putrefy, rot, and then in a year's time, they would come back, collect the bones, and put them in a bone box called an ossuary. And that was pretty typical of Jewish burials of the day. So, they would basically guard that tomb until, say, putrefaction set in. Once putrefaction sets in, no one wants to touch that body. They're happy at that point. And it doesn't take very long for that to set in. So, it was basically 5 days, and that body is putrefying. And it's nasty. 3 days, you got smell. You got an awful smell. Especially in that heat. We also have to remember, too, that heat accelerates putrefaction. When with the raising of Lazarus, the disciples are basically, Christ tells the disciples that Lazarus is dead. So he waits 3 days. And intentionally waits 3 days. Then he goes to raise Lazarus, and they tell him, you don't want to open that thing. That thing's going to smell. Lazarus is putrefied. You will not even be able to get that near. It's just, the stench will be unbelievable. So that's what they would have expected after day 3. Yeah, Haystack says he was dead. That was given with the side wound and the blood and water separated come out. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Christ was dead. So this is why the swoon theory doesn't make any sense either. So yeah, essentially Joseph of Arimathea would have been a trusted person to the Romans. He wasn't going to violate that trust. He's got a couple hours to get the body in the tomb, and that's it. So they're not going to go over a rigorous burial process. They're going to just wrap him in burial cloths and just shove him in that tomb, and that's it. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helped. All right, Xiao, I want to thank you for that $2, and we did address that in your question. So thank you again. Okay, and BC for $5 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. What is your favorite number station, and why is the Lincolnshire Poacher? Favorite number station? What's that? Yeah. Must be an Australian thing. I have no idea what that is. You're not talking about a bookie, are you?
That's one of my favorite numbers.
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by this. BC, I did it. I found a nerdy topic Falk isn't already an expert on. I suppose not. Well, I don't know everything about nerd culture, just some. So, yeah, you got me on this. I don't know what a number station is. Sorry. Okie dokie. Andrew Graham says, I'm an Australian and I have no idea either. Laugh out loud. Sorry, lost me. All right, let's get back to the super chats. Expected. Is that the last one? Might be. Let's see here. Oh yeah, there's a another super chat here from Luis Sandoval for 100 Dominican pesos. Last question in the chat. Okay. I see it. Luis Sandoval asks, what is the best movie you have ever watched? What is your favorite movie? What are your thoughts on Tim Burton movies? Okay, I'll answer the last one first. What are your thoughts on Tim Burton movies is some of them are good, some of them are lousy. Some of them are very interesting, some of them are not so good. But I'm not a big fan of Tim Burton movies. I don't watch a lot of Tim Burton movies. So, keep that in mind. Keep in mind I don't watch a lot of movies in general. There's some movies I do, type of movies I really like. I do like war films. I love war films. Like, for example, Greyhound. Love Greyhound. Hacksaw Ridge. Love that movie too. Great movie. I also like martial arts films. Especially classic ones by Akira Kurosawa. Like The Seventh Samurai, Yojimbo. What's it called now? There's several more. Ron is another one. Big fan of Kurosawa films. Kurosawa was a master filmmaker. Absolutely, just incredibly good filmmaker. So, Kurosawa is probably my favorite director. And I do like his films a lot. So that's sort of where my tastes and proclivities are as far as movies. But I also like stuff like anime movies as well. I'm a big anime fan. Love Akira. I thought Akira is probably one of the best anime films ever made. So, you know, I do like really well-made films. I think there's a lot of great science fiction films that I really love. Love the original Alien. Creepy film. Classical horror film set in space. Beautifully made film, though. It really, I mean, if you ever have the chance to see Alien on the big screen, do so. The detail just stands the test of time. Beautifully made film. Did not age badly at all. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat and the question, and I hope you found that interesting. Haystack says, Princess Mononoke fan. No. Let me put it this way. Studio Ghibli films. There's some... you tend to like Studio Ghibli films. Until you start understanding them. Once you start understanding what Studio Ghibli does, it has really dark themes. Really, really, really dark themes. Like, for example, Totoro. Great film. Great film. And then you understand that it's talking about the accidental death of 2 girls in a rice paddy. Ugh. Yes, I know we're talking about Totoro. Spirited Away. Dark film. Dark, dark film. You know, it's talking about child prostitution. You know, and it does it in an allegorical kind of way. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, it's a really, I mean, they're Death of the Fireflies, another Studio Ghibli classic, talks about the firebombing of I think it was Kyoto, and both children are dead at the end. Yeah. So, you know, sometimes I don't like watching Studio Ghibli stuff. It's yeah, children. Yeah, Andy Gunwell says children. Yes, children. So you have to understand that with Studio Ghibli is it's a studio that specializes in doing incredibly dark topics in a way that children love. Oh. Yeah. So not exactly a huge Studio Ghibli fan. I tend to go for more like stuff like Gundam. Also has also does some dark themes, especially around the topic of war. But it also shows a valorous side to it. It shows you both sides of the coin, not just one. That's kind of why I'm not so fond of Studio Ghibli. It really only shows you one side of the coin. So you might want it dark, but you also want to see some little hope in the darkness too. So that's why I tend to Warrior Masai said, "You made a Gundam fan, by the way." Yes. Awesome. Yeah, it's a great series. It's a great series. It's not just good, it's great. And yeah, I know there's some people who will say, you know, other series have topped it, but nothing's really still touched it. Nothing has touched the epic scope and its treatment of the subject. So, anyway, thank you very much for that super chat I think it was a super chat on what movies I liked and the anime I liked. So, but yeah, I think there's a lot of great classic anime, a lot of great anime out there. So there's something for everyone's sort of taste. But yeah, that's my opinion. Okay, we just got a very generous super chat here from Talbot Slade. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really, really generous of you, and we really appreciate your support of our channel. You're the guy who's making it possible for us to go full time. We appreciate this, and we appreciate your generosity. Okay. What is easier to learn, Greek or Hebrew? It depends. Now, I'm going to say this. Do you want the pain up front, or do you want the pain in your second or third year? Okay. You can have your pain in the first month, or you can have your pain in your second and third year. Now, let me explain this. Hebrew is an easier language overall to learn, in my opinion. But it's really painful in your first 2 months. because you're having to deal with an alphabet that's not familiar. And phonemes, that's the sounds of the letters that are not familiar. So most students who drop out of Hebrew do so in the first 2 months. If you get past the first 2 months, the next 2 years are fine. It's an easy enough language to learn. Okay? And it's tough without a teacher, but any language is tough without a teacher. Okay? Now, let's talk about Greek. Because Greek has some nasty surprises. Nasty, nasty surprises. Greek seems like the easier language on the surface. And you can learn first-year Greek by yourself. Okay? That's, yeah, it seems, and people who learn first-year Greek think, oh, I know Greek now. No, you don't. No, you don't. You know just enough Greek at that point to be dangerous. What comes, the next 2 years of learning Greek is Greek exegesis. And you'll discover 2 nasty surprises about Greek. The first surprise is the genitive. Second nasty surprise is the participle. And these are nasty surprises. The genitive seems like the easiest of the cases to learn, of the noun cases. But it's deceptive. It's really deceptive. The reason why it's really deceptive is because there's 50 meanings to the genitive, and only one is right. This is what lays a snare for people who only know their first year Greek. They don't understand that because the genitive has such a broad range of meaning, it can mean a lot of things you don't expect it to mean. So that's tricky. The participle, because it has so many forms, you have to kind of figure out the exact form of each participle to sort of get the meaning. And sometimes 2 forms of the participle look exactly the same. And now you got to figure out which form is being used, because the meaning will radically change based upon the form of the participle. Really nasty surprises in Greek. And it will make a mess of your day for the next 2 years. So, which one do I think is easier? I think Hebrew's easier. Because the pain's all up front. Get past those 2 months and the rest of it is pretty much a breeze. Yeah, you're going to have some tricky forms along the way. Some exceptions. That's true of any language. But Greek will give you some real pain down the line. Now, once you get through those 3 years of Greek, you have a new respect for the language. I'll say that. You have a really new respect for the language. You have a respect for its precision. You have a respect for its beauty. Warrior of the Most High says Greek would have felt a little easier that way. Well, that's what's so deceptive about Greek, is the first year of Greek is something you can manage to learn on your own. I mean, I learned first year Greek on my own. And I even had to take a competency test to get into second year Greek and passed it. So, and one of the reasons why it seems easier is because it looks very English-like. There's a lot of shared words between Greek and English. Okay, so there is that, and plus the alphabet is more similar to our own. So you don't have to learn like the Masoretic points or anything like that in Greek. Yeah, to really sort of pronounce it well, you got to pay attention to the accents, but that's not that difficult once you understand what's going on there. But that genitive and those participles, they'll kill you. They will destroy your exegesis if you don't because there'll be people who I've heard this a lot. In first year, at the end of first year, they're starting their second year class, and you'll get some twit who basically says, "Oh, yeah, the meaning is absolutely clear in the Greek." Wait a minute, you just done your first year, and you're saying that? Yeah, you better just buckle up there, sunshine, because it's going to get rough. It's going to be really rough. So, I struggled with second and third year Greek. I never struggled with Hebrew the way I struggled with first and second year Greek. Or, sorry, second and third year Greek. Hebrew was very easy for me. So, as I said, once you get past that first 2 months and you've learned the alphabet, it's sort of downhill from there. Yeah, there's going to be some memorization work. There's going to be some things you're going to have to remember. Yeah, that's all. That's true of any language, though. So, but yeah, Hebrew's easier. Hebrew's easier. Now, both languages are easy compared to Akkadian. Ooh. Akkadian was the most difficult language I ever took, bar none. Akkadian was really difficult. That's a really difficult language, and you'd kind of think that Hebrew and Akkadian, since they're both Semitic languages, you would learn from the Hebrew enough Semitic, basic Semitic, that going into Akkadian would be a cakewalk. No. Akkadian was a traumatic experience. I still wake up screaming in the middle of the night, Abilum, finger. I see like screens of cuneiform just running down my eyes like the green screen on the Matrix. The trauma is real. Terrifying. Yeah, Akkadian is a really difficult language. It's a really difficult language. So, yeah, that's the worst language. That's the most difficult language I ever took, was Akkadian. Egyptian was pretty easy for me. I gravitated to that very easily. Hebrew was once you got past the first 2 months, very easy. Greek, woo. Hittite, I would say, is kind of somewhere in between Hebrew and Akkadian. Yeah, well, I haven't memorized. Ancient History Gamers says speak Akkadian. I have not memorized any Akkadian, so that would be difficult for me to do. But no, I don't. Well, here's the thing, when you take an ancient language, they don't tell you, you don't learn phrases like, where's the bathroom? You learn phrases like, I have drunken out of the wine out of the skulls of my enemies. I mean, I memorized a little bit of, say, from the annals of Supiluluma. See if I can remember this now. Dumu utusi, Supiluluma urshag. That's about all the Hittite I've memorized. So there's a little piece of Hittite for you. So anyway, yeah, I don't have any Akkadian texts right here that I can pick out of the bookshelf here and read off. So I couldn't do that for you. So I do have some, but they're in the other room. So okay. So anyway, I hope that helped, Talbot. So I would say, if you want to go for the easier to learn, do the Hebrew. If you want to go for extended pain and suffering, go for the Greek. And if you are feeling really masochistic, do Akkadian. So anyway, thank you very much for your generous support of this channel, and I hope that helped. Okay, now we're 11:15 right now. I do have to go to work tomorrow. So we're going to take some non-super chats, and then we're going to call it a night. Start at the beginning here. And I'll move it. Mr. Sneaky Man 12, how many languages do you know? I think I'm up to 15 at this point. But I've kind of lost count. So, yeah, I think it's 15. 15 or 16. Not counting computer languages. Okay, so I don't count computer languages in this. Of course, English, French, German, Japanese. I know a smattering of Ukrainian. Let's see what else. Hebrew, Greek, Moabite, Akkadian. I know 4 dialects of Egyptian, Hittite, and a smattering of Ugaritic. So. Oh, Gabriel, you just did one of our faux pas. We don't allow reduplicated questions. You can't repeat a question here. Sorry. So that one's going to get disqualified for the night because I saw that you post that earlier. And you also didn't put the Q and the colon in front of it, so keep that in mind for the future as well. Okay. Okay. Stewie says, I compare my second-year Greek class to the scene in Life of Brian where soldiers are grilling him on his Latin. Yeah, kind of like that. Okay. Okay, we've covered this one before, but Alexander Mendez asks, "Hey, Dr. Falk, do you think Og the King mentioned in Deuteronomy 3:11 is an actual giant, or most likely a reference to the size of his bed?" It's a reference to the size of his bed, and it's not 13 feet tall. Okay, no human being has ever been 13 feet tall, ever. Okay, he's not a giant. It's 13 feet wide. Okay. This was not a bed used for sleeping. This was used for sexual Olympics. Kind of right. The reason why, like Elvis Presley, had a giant bed. You know, Elvis Presley was a normal-sized man, but he had this massive, massive bed, and that was because he had those kind of parties. Og had those kind of parties. Okay, Og's not a giant man. He's just a deviant. Okay. Tim, you mean a different kind of sleeping? Yes, a different kind of sleeping. Yeah, that's why he had a bed that size. So he could accommodate more bodies on it. He liked entertaining a lot. Okay, so that's the story here behind Og and his bed. Okay. I'll take the next question here. Let's see here. Warrior of the Most High asks, would you make a video or a short with David Wood in ETS? Maybe. Maybe. We've been thinking about what we're going to be doing for, say, video capturing at ECS. So that's a possibility. I'm hoping to meet David Wood. IP is going to provide an introduction, so we'll see how that goes, you know. He might be camera shy, who knows? So we're not promising anything. We're not promising anything, but we might have some extra content, especially for members that come from ETS. So stay tuned for that, and we hope to bring something interesting back from ETS. Oh yes, and we should remind everyone too that there will be the special Friday night live stream. It will start an hour earlier, so 7 p.m. Pacific time, and we're going to have a round of D&D for the first hour. Yep. So, again, if you want to join in that game, do leave a comment in the comments section expressing your interest. We'll post the rules on here afterwards as well, and pin them, so you'll know what you're getting into as well. So, yeah, Timmy, David with camera shy. Yeah, I'm not really believing that either. Okay, let's get back to it. Okay. So, see more questions. BC asks, do you have backups of all your live streams in case the channel gets yeeted by the YouTube overlords? No, I don't. But then again, too, I don't think it's really all that important for me to have all of them downloaded. I do have all the ones from, say, 100 going forward downloaded, because I have to do that to make, say, what's it called now? Podcasts. So I have to download it to turn them into podcasts. So I do have the ones after episode 100 downloaded. And I got some in the 50s also downloaded, but I don't have every one of them downloaded. So it's a lot of this is just a matter of storage space too. But yeah. Okay. So anyway, yeah, we don't have them all backed up, but we probably should at some point do an inventory of our live streams and start downloading them on a more successive basis. It just has something we haven't done before. So anyway, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. We got another one from Talbot Slade. Okay, for 199. Thank you very much for that really generous super chat. Okay, in 2 Samuel 24, 1-17, David sins by taking a census. I read the sin was that he was planning to build a temple in violation of God's command. Agreed. Let's take a look at the text. Always great to look at the text first. So, go to 2 Samuel, verse 24. Sorry, chapter 24. Okay. Bible here. We'll read the text, and we will examine the text. Now again, the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and it incited David against them to say, go and number Israel and Judah. And the king said to Joab, the commander of the army who was with him, go about now through all the tribes of Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, and register the people, that I may know the number of the people. But Joab said to the king, now may the Lord your God add to the people 100 times as many as there are, while the eyes of my lord the king still see. But why does the Lord the king delight in this thing? Nevertheless, the king's word prevailed against Joab and against the commanders of the army. So Joab and the commanders of the army went out from the presence of the king to register the people of Israel. And they crossed the Jordan and camped in Arar on the right side of the city, that is in the middle of the valley of Gad towards Jazer. Then they came to Gilead and the land of Tittim Hadshi, and they came to Dan Ja'an and around to Sidon, and came to the fortress of Tyre and all the cities of the Hivites and of the Canaanites, and they went out to the south of Judah to Beersheba. So when they had gone out about to the whole land, and they came to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days. And Joab gave the number of the registration of the people to the king, and there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men who drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000. Now David's heart troubled him after he had numbered the people. So David said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly in what I've done. But now, O Lord, take away the iniquity of thy servant, for I have acted very foolishly. When David arose in the morning, the word of the Lord came to the prophet Gad, David's seer, saying, Go and speak to David. Thus says the Lord, I am offering you 3 things. Choose for yourself one of them, which I may do to you. So Gad came to David and told him, and said to him, Shall 7 years of famine come to you or in your land? Or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you? Or shall there be 3 days of pestilence in the land? Now consider and see what answer I shall return to him who sent me. Then David said to Gad, I am in great distress. Let us now fall into the hand of the Lord, for his miracles are great. But do not let me fall into the hand of man. So the Lord sent pestilence upon Israel from the morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 men of the people from Dan to Beersheba died. When the angel stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented from the calamity and said to the angel who destroyed the people, It is enough. Now relax your hand. And the angel of the Lord was by the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. Then David spoke to the Lord when he saw the angel who was striking down the people, and said, Behold, it is I who have sinned, it is I who have done wrong, but these sheep, what have they done? Please let thy hand be against me and against my father's house. So Gad came to Dan that day and said to him, Go up and erect an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. Okay. So here's we're not told the exact reason why David takes the census. Okay. But we get some hints. The first thing is he takes the census of the men. And when the census is returned here, verse 9, and Joab gave the number of the registration of the people to the king. And there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men who drew the sword. And the men of Judah were 500,000 men. Okay. These are fighting men. Men capable of fighting. Now, it is possible that the same men could be used for corvée labor. So that's a possibility. Like, for example, Solomon will tax the local population using corvée labor. But this seems to be more along the lines of these are men that he could draft, enlist for war. So that seems to be more the intent here. Is he's taking the census from Dan and Beersheba. So this is in the northern regions. So this is in the Shephelah. So it's going up. He's doing the census starting in Jerusalem, and he's going northward. He's going east to the Arar. And this is where the Israelites originally entered the promised land. But he's also going west towards the tribal holdings of Dan, up to the borders of Tyre. So he's taking locals, and it sounds like he's planning a war of aggression here. So it looks almost like he wants people that he can use to expand his borders, possibly into Philistia, possibly into Ammon, possibly into Moab. Okay, so this looks like what he's doing here is he's getting a sense is so he can conduct a draft. But that wouldn't preclude him from using the same census in other ways as well, such as corvée labor to build a temple. So I don't necessarily agree here that the census is just for building the temple, although it could be used for that too. It does seem to be that there's more involved here. And then Talbot adds here, the threshing floor in verse 16 and 70 was on what temple mount? Let me just take a look at that again. Okay. Okay, verse 16 here. When the angel of the Lord stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented from the calamity and said to the angel who destroyed the people, "It is enough. Now relax your hand." And the angel of the Lord was by the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. Verse 18, so Gad came to David that day and said to him, "Go up and erect an altar to the Lord on the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite." And David, according to the word of the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded, Araunah looked down and saw the king and his servants crossing towards him. This is verse 20. And Araunah went out and bowed his face before the king. And then Araunah said, "What has my lord come to this servant?" And David said, "To buy the threshing floor from you in order to build an altar to the Lord, that the plague may be held back from the people." And Araunah said, "Let my lord the king take up and offer a good in sight." Okay. So, I'm going to do a quick check here of the word threshing floor. Okay, and Second Samuel here. Oh, we aren't exactly told if this is the same. It probably could be the same threshing floor that was on Mount Moriah. It's hard to say though, just immediately, because altars are made for a variety of occasions. And it's not unusual for there to be, let's see, 2 Chronicles 3:1. Okay, let's look at 2 Chronicles 3:1. It might be. Yeah, it could. Ornan the Jebusite. Okay. So, Ornan here. Araunah. Let me just look at the Hebrew here just a second here. Araunah. 3:1. Yeah, it could be the same name. It could be the same name. That's possible. Yeah, Tim. Yeah, that could be a variant. So, that's possible. It's very possible that it's the one on the Temple Mount. But again, altars were made many times. This is probably the same altar. So I would agree with that assessment. So yeah, it is probably a variant of the name. Oh, anyway. But yeah, I think it is the same one, just a variant. And he adds here. Quick, hopefully update here. Second here. There we go. Talbot says the temple was built on a threshing floor. Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. The reason why threshing floors were great sites for temples, okay, they're great sites for temples. The reason why is they're built on the top. Threshing floors are built on the tops of hills. Okay, wine presses are built at the bottom of valleys, okay? Bottom of hills, threshing floors on top. And the reason why is because grapes are heavy. You want to carry them downhill, not uphill. Threshing floor, on the other hand, you want to throw the grain up in the air and a breeze to come along and pull off the chaff. So, they're very good for threshing. That's what you want. So you're going to carry your grain up the hill to thresh it so the chaff gets blown off. So very, very common for threshing floors to be built on the top of hills. And it's also a great place for temples too. Because one of the things about temples is you have a lot of effluent from the ritual washing. You want to wash away all that blood from the sacrifices you're doing. And you want that to drain downhill, not back into your temple. Okay? Because that'd be just kind of gross. Okay? So temples were often built on the tops of hills. That's very, very common too. Because again, you don't want that effluent to flow back in. You want it to sort of go away. So yeah, that was very, very common. Very common for temples and threshing floors to be built on tops of hills. So that was not unusual at all. And threshing floors are ritually clean. They're not ritually impure. So, perfect place to put a temple. Absolutely ideal. And it happened many times. Talbot also adds here, that's why many scholars think his sin was the attempt to build a temple at the already selected site, then the angel slaughtered Jews at that site. So the census for the building, not ego. Well, the angel also spared the people of Jerusalem as well. So it still would have been ritually clean. So we looked in when we read the passage here. God said to the angel in verse 16, when the angel of the Lord stretched out his hand towards Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented from the calamity and said to the angel who destroyed the people, it is enough, now relax your hand. And the angel of the Lord was by the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. So the people haven't been killed there. The people haven't been killed there yet, not as far as I can tell. But but it just sort of strikes me here that, you know, maybe, I mean, it's possible that that David said in his heart to do it, but continued in his warrior ways. That's possible. That's entirely possible. I mean, that whole census does seem to be a prelude to war. So there's that too. There's that too. That whole, as I said, that if this was just a temple to build things, okay, or that was a census just to build things, you wouldn't just conscript the ones that can hold a sword. You'd be conscripting all sorts of people. Again, basically you could do corvée labor up to age 60. Corvée labor was, I mean, a person in their 60s was not exempt from corvée labor. But if you had turned 50, you were exempt from military service. So it wouldn't make sense that that the census just picked out the people who could hold a sword if they were looking at corvée labor. So anyway, so there's that involved. So yeah, I know many scholars will believe that, but again, there's going to be diversity of opinion within the scholarship as well. We have to keep that in mind too. I'll take these couple of one comments from Tim Yara. One, David makes the census before he knows about the significance of the threshing floor. Yeah, he does. And two, the threshing floor becomes significant only as a result of the judgment of David's sin. Indeed. Yeah. So, and frankly, this is a place where Jebusites live in. This is his home. He's up on the. He's probably got a small house up there, because they normally did that with threshing floors. So you put a small storehouse on top of the hill with your threshing floor. You thresh it right there, and then you bring your grain into the storehouse. So this is land that Araunah owns. This is his property. So nobody was killed up there prior. He's just a Jebusite doing Jebusite things on his little threshing floor and just living life. And he's living life under David's rule. So, and he's another example of a righteous Gentile. He's a righteous Gentile. He basically says to David, hey, you want the land, it's yours. And David goes, hey, I got to pay for it. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of complexity to this story, but I also think too that the threshing floor is significant for the temple, because it's a great place for a temple, absolutely great place for the temple, and it is the result of David's sin, and it does seem that David's sin is more of a military census. It looks more like a military census than the corvée labor census, because as I said, you weren't exempt from corvée labor until you were 60. So it does look like that more than, say, the latter. So, I mean, David might have had plans to invade maybe his neighbors like Ammon. He had pretty much sort of conquered the Philistines already. He had subdued the Philistines. So I think David might have gotten plans of grandeur, where he was say, okay, he subdued the Philistines. Let's move on to the next target. Now, let's talk about Tyre. Let's talk about Ammon, or say, or Moab, because we do get kings later on who do this, and it doesn't end well for them. No, Israel is not called to be a warrior nation. It's not called to be it's called to be a kingdom of priests. It's supposed to be righteous. It's supposed to be God-fearing. It's supposed to be adhering to the Lord. And if Israel started getting plans of conquest, then something's gone off the rails. So this is why I think when I look at the census here, David's census, it looks more like, as I say, a military census, a conscription, more than, say, a corvée labor. Okay, so anyway, that's where we're going to, I think, end the question there. Thank you very much, Talbot, for the support of the channel, and that great question, and that great super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, I see Addison Weir's finally in the building. $1.99 from Addison. Yawn. Okay. Addison Weir also says for $1.99, Dr. Falk is boring. Yeah, I'm so boring. Just a stick in the mud. These strive scenes are so predictable. Everyone asks the same questions every week. We never do anything fun on this channel. Never. Gabriel, okay. I'm gonna I'm gonna say this. We don't make an exception on this rule. We just don't. Just because we get people spamming, question spamming. Okay? So we're not gonna make an exception to that rule. You're free to post your question next week. Okay? So we just aren't gonna make an exception on that rule. We had too many people take advantage of it. So there's no exceptions on that one. Unless I feel somehow it was super interesting or something like that. But no, ask your question again next week. We'll consider it again next week. Okay? Ewan Thompson says, I'm sad I'm missing the D&D game. Love that game. Oh, it's going to be so interesting. This is going to be epic. Absolutely epic. Again, if you want to sign up for the game, leave a comment in expressing your intention to sign up for it. and we are taking reservations and for the waiting list as well, because we're going to need extra players too. So again, we're hoping this is going to be a very, very interesting time. And again, it's going to be at 7 p.m. Pacific time is when we're going to start the live stream next week, next Friday. So be great. Fantastic. Okay. I'm going to take a couple more non-super chats, and then I'm going to call it a night here. So well, I hope Ancient Strategy Gamer says, if only if someone will cover my shift at work. Well, we hope you can. That'd be awesome. Hey, I had to take vacation time to do this, so I know it's like. Okay, I'm gonna see what we have here. Who? 8:43. Okay. 8:43. Oh, 8:43, sorry. 10:43. It's gonna take me a while to get back there. $8:43. All right. Pablo Marquez says, did the tzitzit fringes have any meaning in any other ancient Near Eastern cultures? Not really. Yeah, the fringes of the garments did seem to be more ceremonial than anything else. But we don't actually have a lot of cloth preserved. Cloth preservation is very rare. Okay, we're more likely to find papyrus preserved than cloth, and the whole conservation process of cloth is very delicate and difficult to do. We do have examples of Egyptian cloth. We do find that there's fringes on some of that cloth. So they did have fringes on their cloth. But we don't know if it had any cultural significance. It's never you never see it in texts. So it's hard to say if there's any sort of meaning to it. We just see him use it. So and interestingly enough, the Egyptians did also weave delicate patterns and had multicolored cloths as well. As I said, they did use fringes, but we don't know if it had any significant meaning. So anyway, thank you for that question. Very much appreciate it. That's it. Okay, Addison Weir asks for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Does Galatians 3:28 teach egalitarianism? Galatians says. Galatians 3:28. And it says, there is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither slave nor free, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Jesus Christ. Okay. Now, does this teach egalitarianism? I don't think explicitly it does, but it also doesn't teach against it either. So it's one of those things where it doesn't say that there's no structure. It doesn't mean that there's no, say, hierarchy. There is hierarchy in the epistles. It does it does say that the head of man is Christ, and the head over the wife is the husband. So that's not the same as egalitarianism. So, but I'm not going to sort of, for me, this is a non-issue. This is a non-issue for me. I can go either way on the egalitarian complementarian issue. For me, it doesn't matter one way or the other. I don't think there's enough evidence one way or the other to really sort of nail this one. So I'm perfectly fine saying that you know, if you believe in egalitarianism, fine. If you believe in complementarianism, fine. I don't think this strongly points to it one way or the other. So, you know, again, I'm open to this either way. I'm open to this either way. I don't have strong feelings of this one way or the other. I mean, I know perfectly great, you know, teachers who are women. Fine. If, you know, I think that's perfectly acceptable. So, again, I don't think the text here explicitly teaches it, but I also don't think it explicitly contradicts it either. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Another super chat here from Addison Weir for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Will IP be playing D&D? Well, we don't know. We haven't discussed it with him. I mean, he might be gone at that point. Because Friday is the last day of the conference, and a lot of people leave early. Okay, we're going to be staying the night. We're going to be staying one more day because we're visiting a friend the following day. So, anyway, we haven't discussed it with him. We don't know if he'll be playing or not. But he's more than welcome. If he stays at the hotel room, he can come up to the hotel room and play actually with us in physical person. So, if he's open to it, he's welcome. Make him the monster. So, IP the monster. Could be. Okay, we got another really generous super chat here from Talbot Slave. Now, we're just going to go for another 10 minutes, and then we're going to call it a night here. IP the final boss, yeah. Okay, take this one from Talbot Slave for $199.99. Are you familiar with the new perspective on Paul via N.T. Wright? If so, what is your take? It's been a while since I've looked at the new perspective on Paul. This is something that a New Testament specialist should really be answering, because I know that the new perspective of Paul involves the idea of Paul inaugurating covenant community. Okay, so I've heard some stuff about this. I haven't read widely on it, so I'll be right honest. I'm not an expert on the new perspective on Paul. I don't have strong feelings of it. There is an aspect to the new perspective on Paul that I think goes off the rails. Okay. When you talk about the new perspective of Paul creating Christianity, there are some scholars that have built upon the new perspective that Paul created Christianity from, say, the teachings of Christ. Now, I think that part goes too far. But the whole idea of Paul inaugurating a covenant community, through the teachings of Christ, I think that's perfectly fine. I think that has some traction. I think you can hold that perspective and still be within, say, orthodoxy. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that explicitly. So I think it's as espoused by N.T. Wright. I don't see a huge amount of difficulties with the new perspective on Paul. Some of his successors, less so. I think E.P. Sanders wrote on this too, and it takes a more progressive approach to that. but I can't recall. It's been so long since I've read the authors on this. I haven't really done any reading on the new perspective of Paul since my seminary days. So that was last in 2010. So it's been, 13 years since I've looked at this. So, but I don't have a huge problem with N.T. Wright's version of this. But again, I don't know it in detail. Again, this is something a New Testament expert would really have to flesh out to get all the details right. So I'm just qualifying this as I'm not a subject matter expert. But as far as I can tell, the inauguration of the covenant community, I think, is perfectly acceptable. If it gets into Paul creating Christianity, then I think we got a problem. So that's sort of my summary on that. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate your support of the channel, and it's a great question. I'm unfortunately not a New Testament expert, so I'd have to qualify that. Okay. We are at 11:55. I will take one more non-super chat, and then we're going to call it a night. Okay. Okay. I'll ask you, is there any question that you'd like answered? Or did we cover all the ones you're interested in? Okay. So we'll do one more. We'll call it a night. Yeah, I think that's kind of interesting too. Sanskrit is an interesting language. See if there's a top here that I think are of interest. Not, I'll take Ewan's final question there. So, not promising it, but if I want to quick look to see if there's anything that's going to attach my attention. Oh, okay. This will be the final question, and then we're going to call it a night here. I think we'll take Andy Gone Wild's question. I've just started looking into seminary. I will try to go to. Which seminary should I avoid going to? Great question. Okay. There are some seminaries you want to avoid. Okay. First of all, I would highly recommend you watching my I did a series called So You Want to Go to Seminary. Okay? It's sort of a series on higher education. And we do focus on seminaries. So a lot of this question is going to be really, really personal. What are you going to expect to get out of seminary? Okay? What freedoms are you willing to give up? That's going to depend a lot on the seminary. Are denominational distinctives going to be a consideration here? There's many reasons people go to seminary. Not all of them are for a theological education. Some of them go to find a wife. It's an unfortunate thing, but it's not an unfortunate thing, but it's one reason people do go to seminary. Is to find a Christian. It's not. I don't think it's the best reason, but some people do. It's better than going to a bar. Yeah.
You will find Christians.
Yeah. You will find Christians your own age at a seminary. So there are people who do go to seminary for a wife. Okay. Talbot Slade says avoid Fuller, Princeton, or Duke. Yes, I'd agree with that. I would also avoid Bethel. I'd avoid Bethel. I'd avoid Harvard. Harvard Divinity School is one of the most debauched seminaries on the planet. Excellent law school, terrible seminary. It's a joke. Harvard Divinity School is a joke. So you want to look at what their theology is? Look at who the graduates are. Every seminary is going to produce certain kinds of graduates. Ask yourself if you want to be the kind of graduate that they produce. Take a look at what their educational outcomes look like. Check their current staff. Are these people that and read some of their papers? Are these people that you want to emulate in your life? So there's absolutely there's a lot of questions you got to ask. One of the things I mean the whole freedom thing, very, very important for seminary, because there will be seminaries that restrict your freedom in ways that you cannot imagine. I mean, we mentioned earlier Moody Bible Institute. It's a fundamentalist school. Okay? If you have long hair, they're going to insist you cut it. If you have a facial hair, they're going to insist you shave it off. They're going to restrict your freedom. They have a curfew. You have to be back by 10 p.m. They only allow you to watch 2 TV stations, which they control, and 2 radio stations that they control. No, they still do. Yeah, they still do this. So, most, but not all, seminaries prohibit the drinking of alcohol. Some basically say, there are some that say if you live off campus, then it's a matter of your conscience. That's fine. Some will expect you to believe certain doctrinal statements, while others won't care, just as long as you follow, an orthodox faith. Okay. So it really is going to depend on each school is going to be different, and that's why it's so hard to advise you on just which ones to avoid, because there might be good reasons to avoid certain schools. Some schools are unaccredited, but produce fine graduates. But there's also ones, but there are some that are unaccredited that are terrible. There's no quality assurance there. It also depends on what you need the degree for. If you are going to go on and do further graduate work, then you might need one that's accredited. Yeah. Ewan says avoid diploma mills. Absolutely. Absolutely avoid the diploma mills. They provide a substandard education that's worthless. It's not worth what you're paying for. So, it's all seminaries are all over the map. They're all over the map. They're all over the map on the theology. They're all over the map on their say freedom of restrictions to your freedom. They're all over the map on the quality of the education. They're all over the map on, say, what kind of students they produce. So it's really hard to know without specifics to advise you on this. They're even giving you there's different reasons why people specialize or schools specialize in what kind of outcomes they want to give you. Some want to give you a worldview. Some want to give you a bride. Some want to give you a quality education. Some want to train pastors just for their particular denomination. So, now I will say this. A seminary education, particularly an MDiv, is a great foundation for further graduate work. I got so much out of my MDiv, it wasn't even funny. I got Hebrew and Greek out of it. I got Egyptian out of it. I got all sorts of things out of my MDiv that I never expected. Some of the most interesting courses I ever took were in my MDiv. So, there's a huge variance in quality and quantity of education here. So, I'm going to take that comment from Slade. Albert. And he adds, avoid the ones with many points of view. Also waste of time. Trying to get a liberal theology view is not a good reason. Yeah. I will say this. Like, for example, Trinity Evangelical Divinity School basically doesn't indoctrinate you on a view. It has kind of a different approach, which is it teaches you all the views and lets you decide for yourself. Now, that has some advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of this is you're able to articulate every view. And that's a quality education. That's a quality education. If you can articulate every view, then you can interact with a wide base of people. Now, the disadvantages of that is they don't tell you which one they think is the right one. They leave that up to you. Yeah. And my producer says what they give you, though, is they give you the tools to make that decision for yourself. And I think is more valuable. They don't teach you what to think. They teach you how to think. So I think that's a very, very valuable thing. And that's what you really want out of a theological education is having the tools to come to the decision on your own. Of course, that leaves you with some dangerous people like me out there that still think. Ooh, you see what trouble I've gotten into over that. But that's what I think is valuable in a seminary education is not so much what to think, but how to think it. So, Indy gone wild. Compromiser. Well, there's some people who certainly believe that. I'll be seeing some of them at ETS in a few days. Oh, and as my producer reminds us, we would appreciate your prayers with regard to that. Because there's some people there who really don't want us there. Which is more reason for us to go. Ryan Naylor says, I attended a similar liberal arts undergrad. Most of my colleagues at seminary who attended Bible colleges were woefully unprepared. I had a similar experience, actually. I did my undergrad at the University of British Columbia, which was a secular liberal arts university. And I did it in philosophy. I also did my language for my liberal arts degree in biblical Hebrew. So I was actually really prepared for seminary when I actually went. But I understand what you're talking about here. When I went to my seminary, a lot of the students there were not prepared. Yeah. And there does seem to have been. Brian Naylor says philosophy and German undergrad here. Yeah. It's amazing how well a philosophy degree prepares you for seminary. Really amazing. Now, I wouldn't recommend that for everyone. What are some tips? Andy Gonwile follows up here. What are some tips to prepare? Make sure you have Greek under your belt. Most seminaries will not, at the graduate level, will not teach you first-year Greek. So either learn it on your own, take it in college. Yeah. Definitely do that. Second thing, get your English grammar up to snuff. That's a big one. When you go into seminary, most of what you're going to be doing is writing. Most people that come out of an undergrad these days don't know English grammar. It's all writing. Get that up, get that under your belt. Make sure you brush up on all your, first of all, your English grammar. Learn how to footnote. Pick up a copy of Turabian. Get the college style guide in advance so you understand it. So Greek. So so basically to prepare for seminary, 1, get your Greek, first year Greek. 2, get your English grammar up to snuff, including how to cite a paper. And the third tip I would give you is take a college course in logic. That's a big one. That will help you a lot. So, so I think that's the really most the important thing here is those are some of the tips I would say to prepare. Undergrad Greek, because you won't get, because if you take that in, I'll take that comment from Slade too, because I think there's so. Learn how to use a footnoting program. Now, I'll say this too. Not all footnoting programs are equal. There's a problem with footnoting programs, okay? You have to learn how to do footnoting by hand. There's a good reason why. Now, I know a lot of people recommend footnoting programs today. When I was at the University of Liverpool, I had to attend a mandatory course on how to do footnoting using a footnoting program. One small problem. Egyptology has its own standard for footnoting. Footnoting program won't work because it's discipline specific. The other problem with footnoting programs is you have to know how to construct a footnoting program because you might be required to switch the footnote on the fly, and not all footnote standards have all the information. Like for the paper I just submitted, I did all the footnotes in Turabian. There's a reason I did it in Turabian. Turabian has the most information for a footnote. But the journal was using the Harvard style. So I had to go in and change every footnote by hand to make the article publishable. By the way, I hate the Harvard style. So, as I say, some disciplines are going to have a unique footnoting style. You got to know all the styles that are going to be in your discipline. Like, for example, in my particular discipline, you got the Egyptological standard. You got the Turabian. You got the Harvard. You have to be able to be conversant enough and how to switch between them. You also, in some places, even have the Chicago style. It's different again. So, learn to construct a footnote by hand. Yeah, it takes a while. It takes a while to do. Okay, but it's worth it. It's worth it because you're going to have to, there are times you're going to have to switch. Yeah, you want this as muscle memory. Yeah, my producer points out, but when you get to my stage, you don't want to have to think out, how do I write a footnote? This has to be muscle memory. And it starts with you just learning whatever style is going to be. SBL has its own style. It's different again. So, it's important to be able to switch between these styles, because there's going to be calls for it at times. Like, for example, the TED style, the one that's used at Trinity Evangelical Divinity School. You can't use a footnoting program with it because it's hybrid. It's part SBL style, part Turabian. No footnoting program will cover it. So, Ewan Thompson says, oh gosh, footnoting sucks. Everyone needs something slightly different. Unis have their standards, the disciplines have theirs. Yeah, exactly. But that's why it has to be muscle memory. That's why it has to be muscle memory. Because, I mean, if you're in one discipline and it's ubiquitous across the entire discipline, that's fine. Then you can use a footnoting program. That works. That absolutely works. But in biblical studies, there isn't one style. So things can change across the board on the fly. Timmy, in maths and physics, people write their papers in LaTeX, and that sorts out your citations for you. Yeah, LaTeX is nice. I wish in biblical studies, in Egyptology, in ancient Near Eastern studies, we had something like LaTeX that would take care of that for us, but we don't. We don't. So we have to be conversant in actually constructing footnotes. Because again, every little journal, every little discipline, every little school has something different. Like at TEDS, when I was at TEDS, I could get away with doing the Turabian / SBL style that they use. Go to the University of Toronto. Didn't really matter that much, just as long as it was a competent style. And as long as it was consistent, they didn't care. University of Liverpool, I had to use the Egyptological style. Talbot Slade says, footnote programs save hours and let you turn in your pages with 5 minutes to spare instead of 5 minutes late. Well, you know what? I agree with you. When you can use it, why not? The only problem is in this discipline you can't. So this is why if you're going to seminary, learn how to footnote. Because you don't know what to expect. Because again, as I said, at TEDS, they had their own hybrid style. No footnoting program would have saved you. I had that. I mean, I had to learn the software. I had to learn the footnoting software to pass that required course at the University of Liverpool. They required us to do this, and it was just for me, it was a waste of time. 3 hours doing this footnoting course. Using footnoting software, and it's like I can't use it. It doesn't have the style I need. I mean, it didn't have. First of all, it didn't have Turabian. For all the styles it had, it didn't have that one, which was really surprising. But it also didn't have the Egyptian style, the Egyptological standard footnoting. So it's like okay, this was one of those cookie cutter courses that every PhD had to go through. That was sort of for me a complete waste of time. Because I couldn't have used it anyway. But, you couldn't pass your PhD without taking the course, so it kind of was forced to. But if you can, why not? Just this is for preparation. We're talking here for a preparation for a seminary. So for a preparation for a seminary, you're going to have to look up the seminary standards, see what they use. Do they use something hybrid? Do they use something like SBL? Do they use something like Turabian? And as I said, it doesn't hurt to have those style manuals. So, get the style manuals too. The SBL style manual. I think they're coming up with a new one. They're coming out with a new expanded one. And get the latest version of Turabian. Because there might be times when you have to do something very specialized. And Turabian is exhaustive. I highly recommend that book. She put a lot of effort into that. And when you first start reading through Turabian, you go, this is just so much information. There's so much. Am I ever going to use all these? And then when you need that specialized citation, she's got it in there. I mean, she's got citations for television shows, plays, live performances, websites, conversations, research papers at conferences. Just everything in the kitchen sink is in that style manual. So, but what it won't give you is specialized discipline stuff. That's where something like SBL style guide comes in too, because there's also in certain of these things specialized YouTube live streams. Yes, it'll show you how to do a YouTube live stream. So Timyar, yes, it will even do that. So absolutely. you can cite almost anything with Turabian. It's really a phenomenal masterpiece of work. You have to understand too. One of the things that the reason why Turabian did that style guide too is actually a very interesting um, thing. She was the librarian at the University of Chicago, and she'd get all these dissertations coming in, and she had to reject them consistently because there was no consistent style. So she put together a system of citation and published it as a book and made that mandatory for all the citations at the University of Chicago. It's an incredible piece of scholarship. Incredible piece. So Andy Gone Wild asks, specifically YouTube or just live streams in general? Live streams in general. So I think it falls under the rubric of video media or internet. So I think as long as you can cite it with a URL, it'll cover it. So, oh yes, make sure your URLs are not specially encoded. Check your URLs on any paper. This reminds me of a time I had to do a PhD. I had to do a PhD exam. I was the examiner. I was the external examiner. And this PhD cited all these pictures online for her dissertation, which is a poor practice anyway for a dissertation. But the occasional YouTube or internet citation is okay, but you don't want to go overboard on that. It's considered poor scholarship. But I checked her URLs. They were not specific to a picture, single picture, but to basically Google image searches. So you don't know what picture she was actually referencing. I had to flunk that dissertation, unfortunately. Ewan Thompson, I feel like if someone wrote a program that covered every citation type and swapped between them, they would make a lot of money. Well, there's also a lot of competition, too. There's a lot of competition in this field now. There's several citation programs, and no one covers them all. No one covers them all. So, there's a few like EndNote that are very popular. EndNote is probably the most popular one, I think. But it doesn't cover them all either. Too much development time. And sometimes the citation types change. They don't stay static either. Like the Chicago Manual of Style has, I think it's on like edition 15 or something like that. So these can change, and it requires constant updating. So it's not a very lucrative field unless you're a very popular brand and you can get your foot in the door at certain universities. If you can get your foot in the door at certain universities, then yeah, it can become very, very popular, but very lucrative. But it's not great. Not great because again, yeah. I'll agree with that, Talbot. He says there are several that cover multiple types, like Zotero, which is free. Yeah, and if you're offering free, commercial software can't compete with that all that much. Now, I know EndNote is used at a lot of universities, so that's probably the most popular ones I've seen at universities, but no one covers them all. It's impossible to cover them all. And they know that. They just need to cover like 90% of them. They cover 90% of the citation styles. That's usually considered good enough to give to your students. So, you could easily... The problem is you go to seminary, they'll probably want that 10% not covered. Like the seminary I went to. Not covered. And then I went to the PhD program. Not covered. But for most fields, that especially like there's some like the APA, the Association of Psychological, or the American Psychological Association Citation Guide, that'll be covered. Chicago Manual Style, that'll be covered. Harvard Style will probably be covered. Turabian sometimes, or they'll do like 60 or 80% coverage of Turabian. The problem is Turabian has 2 styles within that manual too. So there's a 2 or 3 styles, I think. So there's a Turabian A, B, and C. So not all of most software will not cover all of Turabian. SBL not likely to be covered. There's also some minor niche ones as well. I think Cambridge has its own style as well. And that's only used within Cambridge. So most software won't cover that either. So it really is going to depend on where you go to school, what your discipline is, and all that. So, again, it's good to know it by hand. Develop that muscle memory so you never have to run into that problem. So if you can use a tarot, fine, fantastic, do it. But I think it's worthwhile to learn it too. Because you might have to switch to something that's bizarre. Not that that's ever happened to me before. Ooh. The last minute, yeah. I mean, I was up all night yesterday getting my this paper I did for this journal was due on the 17th, so I have to get it out before ETS. And I find out there's a style change. Okay, I had to go through the entire paper by hand, switching the style. And fortunately, with Turabian, there was enough information there that I could do that. So, if you can use it, fine. Fantastic. If you can't, it's always good to have that in your back pocket. So, so we're going to end the questions here. I see a super sticker here from Ryan Naylor for $10. Thank you very much for the super sticker. And it just says thank you on it, even though you can't see it on here. You'll see it in the live stream. Okay, it's our pleasure to answer that question. But anyway, that's my advice for preparing for seminary. Learn your first year Greek. Take a introductory course on logic, particularly informal logic, and learn the citation style that you're going to need. And check your English. Bone up on your English. Okay. Yeah, and one of the things that might surprise you is how poor your English actually may be, especially from undergrad. Yeah, English is a tough language. English is a very tough language and it's got some very picky rules. Picky rules that may be picked apart when you do your class papers. You don't want to throw away grades. Okay? There will be professors that will ding you for every spelling and grammatical mistake. I had them. Didn't care what the argument was, but just kept dinging you off for every grammatical mistake. You don't want to throw away grades. You're paying good money for an education. Don't let your bad English be a problem. So those are my 4 pro tips on preparation for seminary. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat and thank you for the super sticker. We really appreciate it. And with that, we are going to call this a night here because I got to go to work in the morning. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. Again, as usual, we had great questions. I will hope you will all join us next week, 1 hour earlier, for our 1 hour speed D&D game at ETS, followed by a regular live stream. So we'll still be taking your questions on that live stream. We're just going to start the live stream with a 1 hour D&D speed game. And we are going to end an hour early, though, because we have a 2 hour time difference as well. So we have to also catch a plane in the morning as well. So we got to keep that in mind as well. So, Ewan Thompson asks, is it a custom mission or pre-made module? Oh, it's custom. It's custom. It's so custom. So anyway, if you I'll post the rules in the comments section of what the game's going to be like. And then you can decide whether or not you want to sign up for it. So anyway, I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. We'll see some of you at ETS, in which case, if you see me, come by and say hi. I'm more than happy to meet and greet some of the viewers. I want to thank everyone who supported us with their very generous super chats, and we had some really generous ones tonight. It helps keep the lights on, keeps us fed. And by the way, you'll notice that that light is now repaired. Thank you very much to the Patreon supporters who paid for that. We really appreciate it. Also, thank you to our membership supporters who also help us. Also want to thank our subscribers. And if you haven't subscribed already, please hit that subscription and notification bell so you don't miss out on any of our content. And with that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight. It was a great live stream, and I'll see you next week on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.